Hey YouTube, Sizzy here.
Hey guys, Isrin here.
Hey everyone, so I was literally just about to go to bed.
Hi, Scissorin here. Scissorin here with Scissorin here. Scissorin here with Scissorin here. Hi, Scissorin here. And welcome to my channel. Wow, that looks like my girlfriend. Sharks is the best one. Go away! Leave! I believe in Sharknado, and you should too. Vote Sharknado to go away! That says a lot. What? Excellent Gauntlet will be held on Earth? Yes. Yes, it will. Oh my god! Nothing prepared me for that! So creative. Oh! Oh! We made so much money! Oh! Oh. Scripted! Scripted! That's our card! That's our community card! We made this! That is, oh my, this is the undisputed best axe in the game for duelist, for banquet, fucking banquet, holy fucking banquet. Hello, how are you? How are you doing? How are you all doing? Young sis, I know. It's crazy. Finally interested in PoE again. That's good. Hi, man. Hi. I want to look at ED today. Are any POB numbers updated yet? Like just simple numbers?
Seven 102 just resubscribed for 48 months, 4 years WTFF.
Used to be young once. I did. Where did you buy this PoE t-shirt from the supporter packs? 7, thank you for the 48 months, dude. Yeah, size updating, explosive arrow, the gladiator, and wave of conviction. What's your skincare? Don't go outside. Oh wow, Theoden. That could be fun though. It's always fun to try new things.
Insane just resubscribed for 7 months.
Thank you, Insane. Appreciate it. I wonder, when's the last time I did 80? I don't know. I don't have a champ build planned right now. Well, there will be a EA. I wonder. Yeah, it might be 3 years ago. 4 years ago. I just wanted to like look at what the tree used to be like. Is the music better now? Oh wow. Oh yeah, we're acrobatics. I usually take Soul Siphon for starters. Man, the tree's so different. That's what I used to do at least. I'll go CI pretty early, but let's make a life tree first. Sure it'll. Don't care they take that anymore. What was this node? No witnesses. Oh, elusive on kill. Ah, we don't even have that anymore. Fun. We don't really need. Oh, but we do want suppression. We'll probably go like that, I guess, now. It did have herbalism before, too. It was just equally as good. But we didn't have suppression before, so there was no reason to be down here. Right, we would take Soul Siphon at the start. It's usually very nice to have. Definitely take Atrophy. Is Arcane Swiftness gone? Yeah. Forgot about that. Man, they've changed so much since back then. We took Arcane Expense before for Contagion. Is there a reason to go far west though in your life? I wonder, what are people currently doing with Blighted Contagion? Jesus. No, people aren't really going west. Suppose people are going here. Oh, it makes sense to go clusters. I guess. Well, what do you do early before you have cluster? That's from here? Wait, what's worse pathing? I think it's better. It is better. Essence Drain. Could do overcharged. It is nice for clearing, but you don't really need it for the frenzy. Oh wait, you still do. This doesn't generate. You're forgetting about that. No, what's growth I've been cooking? Um... Hope the new SSD is good. I miss SSD. Yeah, but it would be very different. That would be for like crit or attack based. It wouldn't be for like bleed. Heart of the Oak? Probably wouldn't take it. Let's see. You'd want clusters early on this. Where do you get damage before clusters? You don't. Aren't you super reliant on clusters on this? We have no more damage nodes, right? We'd go hybrid. Very early. The new SSD uses trigger for cock? Huh. I don't think this functions without clusters. Confused. Um... Brother. Do we not have a sixth thing? Without empower? I don't want to use cruelty. Yeah, we might have to use energy leech. But we're never leeching. And we're not gonna be full energy shield much. My god, that's gonna suck. No, you can't do decay. Not a good suggestion. We don't use enough mana to really use Arcane Surge. Well, you really want to switch to Blight of Contagion relatively early. I don't know if we ever 6ing ED. I think we just go for Blight of Contagion. I think that's what we do. And then you get cast Infused Channeling. Yeah, that looks way better. How do you have Blight stages? On the left under main skill. Ah, excellent, thanks. I think that's what we do. I think you would always prioritize even regular blight. No, not looking at worm right now. Right, this should be a pretty reasonable one to get. Do you want to get endurance charges? Overcharged. Won't have it for bosses, so you need min charges for that. Yeah, we're making an EA guide. Well, we're not gonna have a Lich Helmet early. Hubris. I just want to see what does it look like with realistic gear.
Hamper just resubscribed for 77 months. 7-7. Lorvia man. Less than 3.
Thank you for everything with the 77. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you, dude. I don't know if I even need any suppression. We just need one piece. Oh no, I've awakened them. Scotty doesn't know that Fiona and me. Scotty doesn't know. Yeah, Cabase. Wouldn't do it on a step though. Scotty doesn't know. Scotty doesn't know. No, I didn't. Helena's seen that movie. She hadn't seen Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. Oh, let's see. Um, there's probably one amethyst rings early. I guess you want the Maven belt for this.
Oryx_W just resubscribed for 37 months. Hey Ziz, I wanna play a Herald of Thunder Auto Bomber. Any explodey techs left in the game to make
I'm
it
aware
work?
of. I love Thunder Auto Bomber. I mean, you can do Impulso with the spread gloves. No, wait, the green belt is only... No, I can't use the green belt. Alright. Let's see. Alright, we'll use Bane to curse. Are the numbers not updated yet? I guess it isn't, right? Ruby is not updated. I need passionates then. I need to manually do this. I need to open a window. I need to manually do that. Oh yeah, I hadn't noticed this. None of you guys can see it. Which eye is it? Can you guys see how fucked up my eye is? Oh wait, maybe it is this one. Like a really red dot. And it's from like the endoscopy. Did I animate you again? Well, she says it's from the endoscopy. But it could have been my wife baiting me. Let's see. Flight of Contagion was 704. Okay. And now it's 837. GPT, help me out. Wait, what is the gain per layer? You know, up to 5 layers of damage. Wait, is that an additional? 900 is 20% more damage? The extra layer? Right, okay. Okay, so it's 18. Wait, actually, hold up. Because we know exactly what damage it's supposed to go to. If it goes to 837. Oh, okay. This is pretty common, pretty accurate then. That it would be the same as... Wait, really? So it would be this plus 3 then. Because it's 704. And it's basically starting at this. So now... No, plus 2, right? There? That should be right. No, 22 plus 3. Which makes it 25. Okay. And then the 6th stage is 20% more damage. Just 2 black deals 42% more damage in config. Okay. Does that work? Blight deals 40%. That's right. Alright. We can do this early before we do anything like anathema stuff. That's plus 2, so we can do enfeeble. Right, we need wither. We need double wither spell totem. And then faster casting is probably the best one. I wouldn't mind if you killed me. So let's say that we have max wither stacks. Wouldn't one step ahead be better than Swift Killer? It depends for what. Like 8% more damage is pretty big.
Zolder can just resubscribe.
Like this is just Crazy Mindy, and Crazy Mindy is not hard to get anyway. Especially early on this build, you're gonna struggle with damage. A big issue though, you would probably take this for bosses because how do you generate frenzy charges for bosses? Like we have very, very easy generation for clear, but how do we generate for bosses? Before you use the jewel, which is so nice. Oh, nice, Tim. Solder can there for the 9 months. Yeah, you go CI later. Frenzy, self-cast, or chest mod? Chest mod takes up so many good slots though, and either way we're not gonna have that early.
Tawnyman just resubscribed for 2 months.
You just don't have a good way to get frenzies, I guess. You get duration from this tendency, 200%. Honestly, that does mean that you could probably do it with a very... You probably would do that. You probably would do that. Tawny, thank you. Wouldn't it help with the 80% less movement speed? Less movement speed from what? The heist wand? The heist wand is a good idea. Why would that matter though? Wait, you can't move while casting Blight or Contagion, can you? I don't understand. What's the 80% reduced movement speed? You're standing still anyway. Isn't it just... It slows the enemies, right? It doesn't slow you at all. I don't understand what you're talking about. Like, that's for your enemies, not you. Like, either way, you're standing still. So this doesn't matter. The accumulator one is an idea. That is a bit RNG though. Yeah. And we have no duration. Dude, there's a lot of damage from that. But we can take this. Then it would work. Yes, so big outlet. No EB mom? Why would I want EB mom? This isn't PoE 2. I want ghost dance though. There. I don't know if there'll be mercs. I don't really want to plan around mercs at all, personally. Ugh. Yeah, mana is annoying. Mana is annoying. ED Contagion isn't super. What did Devin do for mana? Yeah, played a fucker. Shit, what's doing my legs? Yeah. God damn it, I'm gonna have to log in. Thanks, Ezekiel. Yeah, I'll be using AGM builds for sure. Oh, he changed his account name. Just want to see how he handled money issues. He died? Guess he died. Yeah. Dude, I do not want to use a Canicolamech. Everybody playing this uses a Canicolamech though. Canicolamech will actually probably be fucking cracked this season. So wait, so it would have a fourth suffix, right? So without any changes, Canicolamech could have this plus an additional dot multi, correct? Like that would be the fourth mod. Plus new veiled mods. Right, what does he do for mana? Mana regen 47. How does he get mana? Can you get Arcane Surge on something? Can I show you my version of Blighted Contagion from 325? Absolutely. Thank you. Which occultist? Fascinating. Definitely want to be trickster though. 4.8 million. Aegis. How do you sell mana? 180 mana regen. Just while this goes on. Is Rachel knows you have Forbidden Duels? But you don't plan a league starter or run Forbidden Duels? Hi Snooty. Okay. I mean this isn't particularly useful as a starter though. It does look very nice. Just a bit too min-maxed. It's not Holy Grace worth it. Your Blight. Benefit from the cast speed and chaos damage. It was my starter until min-max, yeah. Um, I'm not on kill in the start from Soul Siphon. I need mana. Right, I can get Arcane Surge, which is buffed. What's the mana regen I get from this now? Gonna be like 7 flat or something? Mana regen got nerfed? Depends. It got given flat, right? Arcane Surge. Yeah, it's 30% to the one now. Oh, it's Lightning Golem that has flat mana. No, it's the same. Mana regen's the same. It's 4% more damage. Oh, never mind. That's just for supporters heals. Do we get 20% cast speed though instead of... We probably would use Lightning Golem, which is 18 mana per second. How do I flat that? That worked, right? And then another 10 cast speed from that. Lightning Golem is squishy. Yeah. Maybe we don't rely on it. That is with max sustainable. Black got like 42% more damage. It's still gonna be Chaos Dot though. Like, it's not gonna be like a DPS machine. It's just, it was fine now. I would say it's like, I would rate it a B tier build. Here's a good thing. We can see if Tai put it on his list. That's like a good way to check. What does Tai think? R7, Lightning Strike, Slayer, Archmage, Slams, Poison Going, Frostblades, Righteous Fire Chieftain, Bama, SOS Guardian, true. Hex Blast, ED, Ignite, Cyclone.
Super underscore
Oh wait,
Joe
this is
just
325.
subscribed for 25 months.
I was very confused with the Lightning Strike. Slam Circer, Peekong, Ellie Hit, Blink, Bomb again, Explosive Concoction, Retaliate, Gladiator, RF. Oh, AD Contagion into Blood Contagion, yeah. Ben was firing shots at Tai Tai yesterday. It was so funny. What was he shooting? Super, thank you for the 25 months, dude. There's mana cost for channeling graph, but it's bad. It is. It's -3. Saying you put some things very low? Like what? Like we could do... It does help.
Twitching Gazed just resubscribed for
Can even have it
47
on Amulet.
months, and here I thought I was cured of my addiction. Well, time to go back to Pogamba.
Bro. So, set your level to 95. Still have 15 mana regen though. I'm not running auras yet. That'll help as well. I don't think I do Malevolence, so. I'm gonna do the Graced and Disciplined. And probably Purity. I mean, at no point did EA Champions stop being good. It was just okay for a while, like very like C tier. Did you watch Dan's Dual Strike yet? No, link it. I played Dual Strike recently. It was super fun. This is real Dan or fake Dan? I don't want to enlighten. I want more reservation. Oh yeah, link it, Pedjan. I hate that guy. He has like 200 accounts. You got baited? Yeah, that guy's an idiot. Is it true that EA Totem lost Taunt with the temp change? Why would it lose Taunt? Didn't he get it one earlier? Why would it lose Taunt? YouTube don't care. There's no TOS on YouTube. There was a girl that literally like doxed a guy and went in front of his house and told her viewers to harm him, and she didn't get banned. So like YouTube don't care about anything. I saw a tweet about the wording of the taunt node. Link it. I haven't seen anything about it. Pedjin, are you still there? Are you gonna link it or not? They care if you have the word fuck in the video though? Well, yeah, swearing is bad. Doing a call to action for your audience to harm somebody is okay though. That makes sense. Swearing is a lot worse than harming someone. Bad words are dangerous, chat. I think it should still taunt. The worthy foe sensei no longer requires conquer and now has you taunt on hit. How is that different from current wording? Oh, I see. But you are your totems. The totem is you. Can you show bang curses? Just sparing and feeble. Dude, I hate it when a viewer asks me a question and I answer and they don't reply. I hate it. My, like, biggest pet peeve. I didn't know there was a Destiny interview with Neon yet. I'll watch that. You reply to you. I hate it when you don't. I always do. Oh, we should watch that. We should totally watch that.
Errant in 19 just subscribed.
Do some 3 mods. Shut up, shots. I wish there was a nice interview. It's just a random playlist, so it won't link. It's just an auto-generated one by AI. How do I not need Enlighten for this? I could use a Dragon Fang or Enlighten. I don't want to build around Dragon Fang.
Flanders 61 just resubscribed for 28 months.
Helmet and Blessed.
Smile.
I guess you just ditch Discipline until you have that. I could do Loathing Helmet too, but that's hard to get. And plus it's easier. I'm also gotta have so little mana. I hate they have to add the mode on time. I mean, that's not functional. And we're not gonna... Like the amulet is gonna be so expensive. Decent defenses though. 5k life, 3k yes, hybrid with ghost dance. 20k evasion. Like, it'll feel good to play. It'll be a really good mapper. Low damage though. Volcanic Fisher of Snaking is the J. It's gonna be one of the best. What's Starfall weapon? To be fair, this is without a Cane of Kulamag. And it doesn't have like a high shield. So if you did Cane of Kulamag, like we don't know. Huh, fascinating. Let's just say that it still has the same things, and then we do a 3 mud, because it'll still drop 3 mud things. Spell damage and mana regen's actually huge. Oh, this is so useful. We would need an Empower with this though. Wait, is it really that small a damage difference? $770. Oh, to 868. And that's without the Empower. What's the lowest gem? Okay, puts it as a 1.2. I am updating AI. The thing is, like, a Cane of Hulamek should be pretty self-farmable to at least get a 2 mod. I mean, the biggest issue is the mana. Unreserved mana 78. 98 per second, regen 24. That's even with Hulamek. I thought it's 3 to 4. How do I know if it's 1 to 4? No. It is 3 to 4. But if you get physical damage, that doesn't help your essence drain. Yeah, we don't really want to rely on Mana Golem. Like, early on, I like having Soul Siphon, right? Soul Siphon is really good in a pinch. Kind of unraveling early. Yeah, but this is 67 mana regen, which is pretty big. And yeah, I agree we can use Kind of Unraveling early. But where else do I get any form of mana regen? Yeah, well, I've anointed Acrimony right now. Would counter on Clarity. Clarity on Merc? Do we know that there are Mercs with Clarity? Like, obviously, like, we could... Like, Replica Dragonfang is so big for this. You do want that. It is pretty much base. I don't... Like, if I was... For me personally, I would do a Loathing Helmet, but like, telling other players to do a Loathing Helmet is, like, cancer. And we have a lot of things we can min-max with, like Light of Meaning and stuff. We're not gonna use Shape Proceed. Mana Master of Mindbreaker, not great, but it helps. That does also give his mana on kill. Now what's better? Is he gonna be just getting more? Or putting this down to 14 mana on cost makes it 86 per second, we have 30. Not super viable. That might feel better. We don't want to rely on Lightning Golem. Blue Pearl Amulet, that sounds cancer. Um, we don't have things yet. So we can get like more damage on gloves. If you bane, you cast curse. Yeah, correct. And I don't think I have that part of my damage. So we get another 100,000 damage basically for free while applying our curses. I always look at the data. I prefer when things aren't out, but when they are out, I'm gonna look at them, of course. I do have Arcane Surge. No, you don't want to use a flask? None of those are good options, my Zena. Why are you on YouTube instead of Twitch?
Huggy Zero
Who's that? Because we're not going to care about single player for whites. We're only going to care about for rares and uniques. Is there anything else we can get since we don't need suppression? Not really. That's fair, Missy now. There are no cancer Twitch ads on my channel though. I only play ads when I go AFK. Oh, that's beautiful. And both of them have unique. Don't have Zealot's Oath. There's nothing nice to choose from. Is it just movement speed CDR? Man, Eater on boots is kind of shit. It's just like ailment avoid and regen. Yeah, there's no mystery on YouTube. Why is the ailment avoided bad? It's only good when you can get enough of it, which we can't. Like that. Thanks, Toby. Let's see. This is the equivalent of level 78 without any clusters. It does have the King of Kulimak though.
Proj 3 CTX 21 just resubscribed
I mean, for 7 months. Woo. That's kind of doable, no? Let's say that we had a cluster then. Let's make a bad cluster. Like a 10. Because that's doable. Like before your first, like, bosses. Let's see, this is the jewel you get. It's an ugly jewel. 2 bus and 2 stone starter? Yeah. Were you on yesterday when they tactical nuked Namalsk? Wait, on the day 1-2 server? Tactical nuked Namalsk. Was there a hacker? Level 89. And then obviously if you get a King of Kulimak, it's a 1.6. Wait, what happened, Moonstomper? Yeah, there's a way to induce a 3-minute storm. So 1 hit, then another hit, wiping the server. Wait, that's lame. When was that? I actually, I had a insane moment yesterday that I want to show off. On DayZ. Honestly, it was my proudest fight thus far.
Yeah.
I think it's here. Okay, let me walk you through the story. This is how I relax off stream. This is DayZ for those that aren't familiar. By the wall on the right. Oh, I've already died here. Hold on. Okay, so this is what happened. We'd already seen some people. Can they drop things here? But we didn't know there was anyone here. There were like really geared people here. I'm dead. And then I died. And then I run back. I spawn really close again. This happened. Not worth the ammo. And this guy. Hello. Whoa, chill. I'm not worth the ammo. Anyway, that guy tried to kill me. Failed. I get a pistol. Run to land bridge. I don't know how many people in chat play DayZ, but I'm very proud of this. I'm surprised I haven't run into you. I don't really talk, I just kill people. And then, I see this happen. By the wall on the right.
His body's been looted, I think.
Oh, they're fighting over there. I'm gonna go there.
They pushing.
And then, I am a sneaky little... Oh yeah, I also... whenever I play DayZ, I talk like this. Hello, my name is Tai Tai. Log in, dude.
You see where that guy died over there?
Yeah, I'm about to be on top of them. I see him. I got him. A lot of
What's he
headshots.
got?
Okay. Anyway, so I gear up on this guy. There's more shenanigans. Okay. This is a destruction shot to let my friend, to make them think that
Did you actually see them?
Silva rotated to where I was.
Yeah, nice.
Oh, nice kill. Oh, you've seen nothing yet.
Yeah. I got the injured one, I haven't got the good one. There he... Oh, fuck, he killed me. He's got one hit on him.
Okay.
So
Now watch this. That's where the good part starts.
Right, yeah. I think there.
Sheeple got just resubscribed for 9 months. Best wishes and hope for a fast recovery, man.
Got him.
Nice.
So, now, these guys were very geared. I have no idea why they're so up north. They have they had a fucking Blaze, the M16, full plate, loads of shit. Got a Blaze.
16.
This is OBS. And we were naked, so we lost nothing and won everything.
Fucking dangerous weapon.
Aha, and now is the part that I'm proud of. Feast your eyes on this.
Nice.
There's no... Hold on. Look how coordinated they are.
Nice.
He's him!
3 of them, was it? There's all of them, right? They came back. Yeah. God, they all came back together. Holy shit.
That was so coordinated on their part, and they still fucked it up. That's the best thing I've ever done in DayZ. Probably noob killing? No, that was the people we just killed that came back to get their gear back. Which, by the way, they were crazy because they were wiggling while strafing. So they have macros that when you hit A, you also lean. So they were really hard to kill. What's the heart rate here? I'm dead inside. Nothing gets my heart rate up anymore. By the way, I'm very surprised that the first shot was a kill.
Hold on.
This one in the tree. And then I killed another guy after that, and then I died later. This suit. I was so pleased though. I was so pleased with myself. Came out of the woodwork one at a time. I know! I was very proud. I had a good session. Have you tried hardcore and Tarkov? Yep. This wipe I'm hardcore and Tarkov. Nice win stumper. I saw somebody on the day one server called me out in the Discord and said, stop impersonating Zizarin. And I was like, huh? He's like, Zizarin, the famous ARPG streamer, does not play DayZ. And I'm like, okay. Other people in the Discord was like, ... the account is linked, so it'd be weird if it's fake. And I'm like, oh, nice, King Dean. Right, I need to go toilet, and then I think we are going to react to the Mark interview. We're gonna react to this. This is an old photo of him, right? He's lost so much weight since then. Currently we're 1.6. As if this is fairly starter, right? I would say it's fairly starter. It's like day 3 for most people, I think. No, it's a bad camera. Ah, okay. You're implying I'm looking at porn, I'm not, but thanks. Yeah, me neither. That's disgusting. There's so much of it that, like, can you, like, let me know what specifically so that I can avoid it? Alright, let's watch this.
Not that long ago.
I'm just getting weird to be getting ads like that. I got a really unethical ad that straight up should be illegal. I was browsing Facebook and fuck. There was some sort of like very popular, is her name Blake? Oh, she's got like really long hair. Fuck, describing like 90% influencers. Anyway, it wasn't like her, but like it was basically a nudify app. Like it uses AI to make a nude of anyone just from a picture. And I'm like, that should be like serious jail time. Like anything where you like use AI like against someone's consent like that should be like so serious jail time. I don't know how there were official ads for that. I just saw it and I was like, how is this illegal? It's like the most fucked thing I saw. Wow, that's horrible. So anyway, what's the app? It's really bad though. It's so cursed. There are drug ads on Facebook? Wow. Yeah, I don't know. I don't go on Facebook anymore. It was somebody linked me something on Facebook and it was the ad below. I like don't use Facebook at all anymore. The video is old? Okay. Well, let's do some React. Let's do some React. I'll turn off alerts. Well, I'll mute alerts. Well, we'll do some React. No, it feels old. Right, okay. Well, we'll watch it. This is Destin interviewing Mark Roberts. Hi, Mark. Neon. He's had a really good interview before, so let's watch and react.
So I got to sit down with.
Oh, I'll pause during the video and talk if I want to comment on something. If you just want to watch the video, go watch the actual video.
Mark Neon Roberts from Grinding Gear Games to talk all about the new expansion to Path of Exile 1. Now, this game has been going for over a decade. They have a lot of cool stuff planned. Here was our conversation. And just to preface this, it was more about what it's been like working on Path of Exile for that amount of time. Take it away, Destin from the past. Well, the first official interview question I have for you,
so it is from the past.
Thank you everybody for joining us, is why Neon? It says Mark Neon. Can you explain Neon?
It's a gamer tag.
It's just an alias. I can't even remember what game I was playing, but
Neon Spider.
Before I was working at Grinding Gear, I was playing Path of Exile, and before that I was playing games all the way since I was whatever age I was. And it's just an alias I picked up along the way was Neon Spider. I don't know why. I was very young when I did it. I don't know why people, you know, I think I was Stormer originally when I was like 8. And then there ended up being too many people called Stormer. And so
my first nickname was Killer88 because I'm born in 1988. I was 7 years old and I killed people in games. Did not go well for, I changed very quickly.
I tried to find something weirdly unique and I came across it at some point and it stuck. And then it shortened to Neon at some point, and because I guess it's easier to say than removing a bunch of the syllables, that is. And that's just what it is now. So people just call me Neon. Others call me Mark. Some people call me Ruckus.
Why Ruckus? Well, now you got to tell me why Ruckus.
I just started saying the word a lot, honestly. I used to always be like, oh my god, it's a ruckus, and that's a ruckus, and you'd see things on screen, it's like, this build is a ruckus. And then I started saying the word a lot, and then everyone started calling me Ruckus, like my friends and whatnot, and people at work, and then I actually got, like, my license plate as a kind of take on Ruckus now as well, so I drive Ruckus, and my cat's name
I
is
love her.
Ruckus, and there's lots of ruckus going on in my life. And so, yeah.
I love it. That's really, really cool. Don't feel too bad because my original handle was like pyrotechnic. And it's because I thought it was related to like computer science or something like that, the Pyrotechnic Society, but it had nothing to do with that. So everybody just thought it was like an arsonist. And I was like, no, that's not how I meant it. So I ended up changing it further on. But
It happens to a lot of people. Everyone gets their weird little aliases they have when they're, especially if they're young gamers, and then a lot of sensible people change it and some don't and stick through. And so, yeah, but mine stuck for probably like 15 plus years now, I reckon, of getting called Neon. And I mean, at least that, actually, considering I started at GGG, 12 years ago, probably. And I was known as Neon before that, so.
Got it.
Yeah.
Now, so I was looking up your name and just looking for content about you, and I found a picture of you sitting in front of a computer that's like 13 years old. Let me see if I can find it really quick.
Okay.
I lost it. But anyway, I was
So
sort of
random.
curious, when did you start with Grinding Gear Games? And I'll look for the picture while you answer the question. When did you start, and what has
13
changed?
years
Is this
ago.
actually you? I don't know if you can actually see this. Let me just. All right. So, is this
QA.
you? Or did Reddit make a mistake?
Me.
That's you?
Yeah, I remember that. I remember
Okay.
sitting there in the corner of the office.
What are you doing in this photo?
What am I doing? Apparently doing some excessive searing bond usage. That's what, original office location. Yeah, that would have been close to when I had started. I think I intentionally wrote some misleading stuff on the whiteboard behind to try and make people think something was happening. Like, I can't remember exactly what it said, but I don't know. That was just
funny.
me being in QA, having fun, testing the limits of how many totems I could spawn.
How crazy is it though to go from like QA to game director? Like that's a badass transition.
It was good times. It was the good times.
I don't bring it up for no reason. Now, you weren't there when the game started. That was like the original crew of everybody. You came on a little bit later on. So when did you come on, and what was the vibe like at Grinding Gear Games when you started? Like, what was it like? What was your experience like in those early years?
Let me try and, I mean, I'll only remember it as far as I can, but
Was it like, go get us the coffee?
No. There's never been anything like that at Grinding Gear. I remember, I mean, I've told the story of my hiring a little bit, but I can't remember how much detail I went into. But I joined as QA, and I remember my very, very first thing was I actually thought I just like didn't get the job because I was like, there's no way. I thought I had messed it up on such a bad level you'd have never even seen when I went in for my what they called an interview. But it was very, 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 very casual. Unlike what I had expected, I had been kind of taught to expect corporate, you dress nice and you go in and you wear this and you impress everyone, and you go in and everyone's in, casual gear, and it was a very clear, just like different environment. And I was like, oh, okay, this is a scene I'm not, I kind of missed the mark on what I assumed I was walking into here. And then I guess that was kind of just like, it was a bunch of gamers just in a random office in Titirangi in this tiny, I mean, I don't know how small it was. It was like 30 people or something working there at the time. But I remember coming in and going, whoa, this is crazy. Like, it's just a bunch of computers. I didn't really know what to expect, but I guess I had built up this like gaming as something in my head, and like game developers is this thing. So I didn't quite have it figured out. And then what it was definitely not the case. Very, very casual, informal talks. I remember talking to Chris. I definitely messed it up, like without question. Thankfully, they gave me a chance. I came in as QA, and I remember, I think I started, and it was like the first, it was the second or third day. I remember them going, we want to deploy a patch. Now, the game wasn't out at this point. It was still in open beta, I want to say.
Okay.
And I remember they were like, we want to test a patch. And he's like, so you let me know when it's good to deploy. And you know, it was long enough ago I can talk about it now. I remember not even being told what was in the patch. I'm like, okay, I don't really know what I'm supposed to test. So it was kind of like, test everything. So I was like, okay, well, I guess I'll test everything. So, you know, play through the game. There's a little bit of stuff there, some cheats and some kind of a basic checklist and all of that. But I remember I'm like, all right, sweet, I'll test this patch. I'll let you know. And then he gave me a key to the office. And he's like, all right, just let me know, you know, tomorrow. And I went in the office and I was like, okay, so now I have a key to this place. And I went in and I was by myself and I was like, I don't know what I'm expecting here. And I remember testing this patch. And then I was like, I tested it for a while and I was like, look, I'm pretty confident nothing's broken here, but I don't exactly know what I'm supposed to be testing. And then I was like, all right, Chris, it's good to go. And then the patch deployed and I think everything was fine. And I was like, I guess I did my job well. Whereas now it's like, you know, I mean, I changed how this works, of course. Now it's like, you know, here's the exact list of every change in the patch. Here's all the checklists you got to do. Here's everything you test. And there's a 16-person QA team. And, you know, then there's all these different things. A lot's going on, at least. It was very different back then when I was the only QA. I came in on a weekend to test a patch that was getting deployed. And I was just like, oh my God, I'm stressing out here. But, you know, I am the kind of person that likes being thrown in the deep end and seeing how long I can tread for, and I think I successfully did it. Otherwise, I wouldn't quite be here where I am now. But yeah, very, very different vibe. Very much more casual, much more what I call cowboy, I guess. Lots of stuff just happening. Not a lot of procedure. Not a lot of any of that going on. So, and then, but a lot less people. A lot less on the line, I guess, back then as well.
Mm-hmm.
So
That's
yeah,
cool.
yeah.
So for you, you've been with the game that whole time. You've been working on Path of Exile, not Path of Exile 2. Well, maybe a little bit. I don't know. But you've been really working with the Path of Exile franchise for that long. What keeps it fresh? Why are players still invested? Like the Twitch numbers weren't hugely impacted by Path of Exile 2. It seems like there's sort of two communities there thriving. Can you tell me a little bit more what it's been like experiencing it as a through line?
Huh? That one
just
was
to
wrong.
clarify, I do work on both, and it is pretty much. I mean, I work more than I'm supposed to, but that's just because I love it. And I do put a large amount of hours into both, 100%. I am integral to both, 100, like through and through. So it's not like I'm more on one than the other.
I didn't mean to imply otherwise. I've seen you on the stream, so I know you work on.
I just wanted to clarify, just in case.
Apologies.
All good.
Yeah, Tabby.
I don't want people to think that I'm, you know.
Yeah. For the launch of PoE2, I hit my record peak number, which is fucking I don't even know, 72,000 or some shit. So most PoE streamers hit their like peak record number ever.
One of them is my second child, or my I don't know if that's the correct whatever. Anyway, they're both my priority, both my
77. December 6th, 2024. Like definitely impacted Twitch. Maybe it means it in a different way that like PoE2 didn't subtract from PoE1.
In terms of the how do you keep it fresh? Well, I have a couple ways. One, play the game a lot. I think it is important for the directors to play the game. I think that you should be not making decisions.
100%.
I mean, obviously, a director should be making decisions and driving the direction. And I think in order to be doing that successfully, if you are not playing that game a lot, you are probably not doing it well enough.
True.
Obviously, aside from reaching out to the player base, it's very easy to hear a thing and either shrug it off or say, yes, we should do that. But you should have your own beliefs, and you should probably have that from a player's perspective. Now, I have like over probably 100,000 hours at this point in the game, and I haven't counted my PoE2 hours, but I'm playing and playing and playing. It's going to be pretty crazy going forward, trying to play both of them to the same extent, but it's fine. I can do it. I can somehow do it. But yes, you should be playing the game, and you should be making decisions from a...
Am I streaming the Xbox showcase today? No, I don't. I don't like reacting that much. I react when there's anything PoE relevant. But no, I don't care about console.
Player's perspective as yourself, and of course by absorbing the player's perspective from everyone else. Now, on top of that, though, I mean, look, one thing we've got going for us, and we have had this whole time, is that we patch pretty aggressively. I'd say a lot of games have annual updates and whatnot. You get large 9-month windows
Added
and
that one,
whatnot.
yeah.
And yes, we just had that for Path of Exile 1, but that is out of the norm. We're obviously getting back into it. So look, being able to update the game, what we often did for 3 months and now, maybe 4 months, and being able to do both games every 4 months, that kind of schedule is going to be the thing where people are constantly picking up the game and constantly playing the game. And
I'm like, as a streamer, I'm so excited for a new season effectively 2 months, since I'm going to be playing both PoE 1 and 2. This is like, for a PoE streamer, it's such a nice reset. Because even, this might be weird, but the further away from a PoE season, the worse I do on variety. Like, let's say that I play, like, PoE season into Terraria, then it might have, like, 2.5k viewers. Whereas if it was, like, V Rising into Terraria, then it might be, like, a lot less. So it's such a nice safety net as a streamer to have, like, those regular resets. Because then I can do, like, Path of Exile, variety, Path of Exile, variety, Path of Exile, variety. Like, I won't have to do, like, variety.
as long as you are...
Is Mark frozen? Yeah, when I pause the video, he's frozen. Are you gonna have time grinding D4 though? It's very low on my priority list. I will play D4 when there's nothing happening, but yeah, it's pretty low. I don't enjoy it that much. I think it's pretty fun for a day or two. I wanna play Path of Exile 1, Path of Exile 2, Last Epoch. I wanna check out Titan Quest. I want to play Project Diablo 2, although I was very tilted from the bug death last season. What else? Any other RPG I want to play? Like random ones. I would like to make time for OSRS. What bug? The on Declone, he did the skeleton phase and Nova phase at the same time. And since I'm quite new, when that bug occurred, I panicked, and then I usually go down because it's easier to dodge, but I went to the right, and then I desynced. So it was like a bug into desync, so the wave hit me and one-shot me.
Are obviously then emphasizing how do we keep our players happy and also bring in new players. You're going to grow, you're going to get bigger. And if you just keep updating, keep adding heaps of content, lots of content, changing things. When things are bad, you make them better. Honestly, it's just a matter of making the best game possible, or now games. And yeah,
done that very well.
It'll just grow and grow and grow. It's honestly as simple as that. It isn't like there is some wizardry to it or any crazy psychology beyond just make the best game possible and update it as much as you can and just stay efficient. If things take too long, people are going to fall off. And obviously, if things are too quickly, well, people probably will be happy actually for a while, but it could get
burnout.
You could start sacrificing quality. So obviously, you find this very good rhythm. You stick to it. You stay consistent, and you do what the players need and what the game needs. It really is just as simple as that.
Do you think this update's going to see the numbers that Settlers of Calgar saw? Like, I think you broke your Steam concurrent record with that release, and like, why did that happen? Like, what was it about that particular update?
I mean, it was huge. It was a massive update. I mean, the change to character balance was immense. Obviously, the Settlers League itself was...
I think it can. I definitely think it can break it. I don't think that's that unrealistic. But we do see... Okay, so you see the trend, right? 3-1. Record. Bang, bang, bang. Small record. Bang. I guess here's a record. But, like, you see it's, like, kind of similar. Like, it usually has, like, a new peak followed by some smaller ones. New peak. Like, record. Maybe that is a record, too. Just barely. No, it's actually slightly below. 2k below. Out again. And then record. 3 small. Record. 3 small. Record. Do you know, this must be one of the few times in gaming this has happened where it's like so consistent growth from a niche game into a powerhouse. The pattern went out the window with the year disparity. Yeah. So, I mean, first off, I think people care way too much about Steam numbers. But I would not be surprised anywhere between 180,000 to 300,000. I think is realistic launch numbers for this, right? I think most people would agree with that. Anywhere between 180K and 300K. What was PoE2 launch numbers? Higher, like 500K. No, we're just talking about Steam numbers because we don't know the total numbers. On PoE1, like 40% use standalone client. On PoE2, I think it's slightly less. And they've talked about it. Quite a lot of people use standalone. I use standalone for both. So PoE2 is all-time peak of 500K. And then obviously we don't, even the next league peaked at 245. So that is higher. Well, it might be the same because there's more standalone in PoE1. So very similar launch numbers. Warframe, yeah. But we'll see what happens. I don't think it matters that much. As long as you're having fun, focus on that.
Massive.
Not yet, audio.
It's hard to look at. Well, obviously, this is bringing an in-game expansion, which is long overdue. And Settlers didn't do that. And we've obviously got a pretty cool league here. But you know, it's hard to compare the size of it to the Settlers of Calgary. That being said, obviously there's a few factors to consider. You've got Path of Exile 2 has probably introduced a large number of players to Path of Exile as a concept, and a lot of those players are probably about to try PoE 1, especially with a new update. That's something to consider. But also, you probably have a lot of people who are, it's been a year, we might have kind of fallen off the radar for some of those people in terms of PoE 1, the ones that were just focused on Path of Exile 1. But on the other hand, you could look at it and say, hold on, it's been a year. Those players are like frothing to come back. They're like, I need my Path of Exile 1.
It'll be a bit of both. Definitely some people get into the habit of playing a game, and some people will, like you said, have enough it.
So there's a few variables, and I honestly don't know how to predict where it's going to land. I think we probably will get around the same numbers. However, I honestly don't know. I've been asking myself the same question, and it's honestly very, very hard to predict these things. So again, I just focus on like, look, I'm just gonna, I don't pulling more numbers or not. I'm just gonna make the best game I possibly can and get the best game possibly made, and that is all there is to it. And if the numbers come, they come. And if they don't, I'll look into why and see if we can make people happier to then come back. But I don't know. I have no idea.
Have you found that players are enjoying the flavor of Path of Exile 2 or Path of Exile 1 and then sticking with that? Because I saw sentiment online. A lot of people were like, Path of Exile 2 is great, or Path of Exile 2 isn't for me. I really wish they'd focus on Path of Exile 1 for some players. What have you seen? Like, what's the data showing you behind the scenes?
Oh, no, 100%. There is a audience for 1 and an audience for 2. Like, just clear cut. And there is an audience for both, 100%. And it is very important that we make a game for Path of Exile 1 players. We make a game for Path of Exile 2 players. We have those distinct.
I had such a relief from hearing in the interview that it didn't seem like they had any interest now in dumbing down PoE 1 or making PoE 1 more approachable for new players. And I think that is 100% the play, that you do the new player onboarding in PoE 2. People get used to PoE 2, then it'll be infinity times easier for them to learn PoE 1. Infinity times easier, right? PoE 2 is the new player onboarding for PoE 1. PoE 1 ends up being the more advanced game. So perfect. It makes the game so much better, right? Because there clearly is an audience that wants that, like, I sit here in PoB for 6 hours, and there is an audience that really wants to try out ARPGs, but Diablo 4 doesn't have enough content, right? So it's so perfect. It's such a good distinction. That gave me a lot of relief and faith as a long-term player. GDD made their own Diablo to bring in new players. Yeah. Yeah, they do play their own game. Already have friends doing the PoE 2 to 1 migration, if you will. They fell in love with PoE 1 after getting past the mental block. Yeah. Like, several friends of mine, like Growl is a good example. Like, Growl, I even had a bet with him that if I won a bet, he had to play PoE 1. He lost the bet and then didn't play PoE 1. But then he tried PoE 2 and then he played PoE 1. And then he, like, started playing, like, hardcore trade and at, like, level 100 and shit. So he loved it. He just needed to be pushed into it. PoE1 is just very daunting. Oh, do you know what the best analogy is? Have you ever watched Hoarders? PoE1 is just being thrown into someone's house that is on Hoarders and being told to clean it. That's PoE1. Bral is in Yumi TV? No, I have no idea who that is. Bral is in the Twitch stuff.
Distinct audiences. We want to keep both happy. And yeah, you do see a little bit of what I call to myself at least, a bit of a civil war between the PoE1 players and the
100%.
PoE2 players, where every time we posted a Path of Exile 2 update, you get some PoE1 players going, what the, I don't want this, I want my PoE1 update. And then when we started announcing PoE1 stuff again, you saw some people going, hold on, why are you working on that game? Work on the other game. And the reality is, we're finally, again, back in the groove, working on both. I don't know, we're obviously just announcing and working on 320.
I do think that'll make both sides happier too, because if we're regularly getting PoE1 and PoE2 updates every 4 months, that's not much of a compromise from what we had before when we only had the one game. So if everyone's, let's say people are consistently having fun and we're regularly getting update, I think you'll see a lot less shitting on PoE2 and PoE1 from PoE2 players. Like, I think you'll see a lot less
6, but also
Civil War.
We're doing 021 for Path of Exile 2, and we've got both updates going. And we're at the point where now you're seeing news for both games posted on the same day, and we're only going to get more efficient and better at maintaining both, and that's going to be very, very good. But right now we are working on 021 for Path of Exile 2. We are hoping to deploy it this week. We've done a post on it. A lot of that came from, me playing and absorbing feedback while also making, and getting the team to make the next expansion for PoE1. So certainly figuring out how to multitask better, let's say, or have multi-threading going on with both games. And yeah, should be good.
Speaking of both games, what did you learn with Path of Exile 2 that you were able to implement in Path of Exile 1? Anything?
Oh, yeah.
There's been the subtle it's very easy to do quality of life features. That's just coming in constantly at the moment. A lot of the stuff already that has been coming into PoE1's QOL has come from PoE2. Because again, especially, I would say even with Settlers, it kind of started happening, right? And then obviously seeing a little bit more of it now. Things come up where in PoE1, obviously the passive tree's been the passive tree for so long, and now in PoE2, you have people going, passive tree searching is terrible. I can't find the nodes I'm typing for.
Yeah, why doesn't it just make a red
problems,
ring?
and you look into obviously, but it's the same as PoE1, and so, but it's it's bad there too. So obviously you improve it, you port it back. Great. So obviously we're going to have passive tree searching improvements coming to PoE2 very soon. 021 is the intention, and then we're going to put that in PoE1 as well. Now, that stuff will just happen in terms of QOL, in terms of features. But the other thing that's happening in terms of PoE2 to PoE1 is that now we're a game that reuses as much as possible in smart ways. So you can make a monster or a boss feel entirely different by changing the model, right? And that is a thing you can do, the actual 3D model. And you can use the exact same rig, exact same animations. And so you get to redo the model, redo the VFX, and you get the
There's such an anti-sentiment with reuse, but I really, really like clever reuse. I'm such a big fan of clever reuse, especially between the games. If you start using PoE2 things in PoE1 and PoE1 things in PoE2, I love reuse. I like Night Rain as well. I got so much shit for that. I really enjoyed Night Rain. How many hours have I played Night Rain now? I don't even know. I only played off stream. 15. I've been playing a bunch with Duality and stuff off stream. It's one of the main. Yeah, it gets me. It's a good way to get me more content. I just focus on whether I have fun or not. I'm not a fan of reuse within the same game. However, from a dev point of view, it makes sense to work efficient. Yeah. I don't know. I'm just pretty chill, I guess. Shame they didn't reuse Sion in PoE2. Hi, Sil. That's how they make Yakuza games so fast. Being able to fight one game's bosses with other characters sounds like a fun concept. Yeah. I don't know. I'm But I also agree with a lot of people in chat were saying that the GGG is the best game company they've ever seen. Like for me, my favorite game companies is like GGG and then like Jagex, I guess. What other game companies do I like? Honestly, I'm not particularly attached to most game companies. Yeah, EHG are awesome. They're very like finger on the pulse. I fucking hate BSG. Larian? I don't really have an attachment to Larian. Or FromSoft. I'd say like EHG, GGG, and Jagex. But it's also, Jagex is just because I like the community managers. To be fair. Like, I've heard good things about Warframe. Blizzard? No. Even the Blizzard community manager unfollowed me after I like criticized the game heavily. I don't know, he might unfollow me for other reasons, whatever, but I'm not a big Blizzard fan. It happened to be on a day that I criticized them really heavily.
Those two departments to be completely untouched, and all of a sudden now you've got a boss in both games. They look very, very different, and as long as you don't overdo the reuse of a single given asset, you don't get
True.
Like, you know, people won't really notice, or you use skills in different contexts. It's a beam in this, it's a bullet hell in that, it's a, you know, there's a whole way to mix and match that kind of stuff. Now we get to do that constantly. We are making these insanely, you know, high detailed, very well animated bosses for PoE 2 constantly. We're just churning out bosses and monsters and everything. We have the hundreds and hundreds of monsters in the campaign, and now anytime we want to come to do PoE 1 and we want to add expansions and add content and add much like the pinnacle bosses you just saw, we're going to obviously take some of those animation sets from PoE 2, we're going to port them across, we're going to make a new model, and now all of a sudden we've got a new boss that's kind of reusing at least a couple of our departments. And sometimes you reuse more than others, and other times you redo the entire set and whatnot, but you at least get to kind of harvest one from the other. And if we were to make anything new for PoE 1...
is there a problem with Twitch? I can't watch over there. Try watching in incognito mode. Twitch is having like a cache issue lately. I would say try that.
Probably do the same thing, can port it across. And like being able to do that is just going to be is huge. And again, players often will never notice. Honestly, even as developers, most people will never notice the level of reuse. But it does happen, and it is very, very useful. And so like constantly I'm just sitting here thinking everything that gets made in PoE 2, I'm like, how can that go in PoE 1? What expansion is that in? How's that getting added?
Sure.
And constantly just doing that. So, you know.
Destin interviewing Mark.
I am a little curious. Is there ever a world where you see Path of
audio setup is
Exile
really good.
1 coming to an end?
Well, the end of the world, I guess. I don't know.
Nice
Hopefully
answer.
not. You said, "Is there a world?" And I would say it's the end of that world. I don't see that at all. No, it's certainly. I mean, even just thinking about that, I am like, what would it even?
Is the interviewer a PoE 1 hater? No, but I think he's just a normal person. Like he's more normal than us. And like. It is very normal for games to sunset eventually. It's not normal for people to maintain a game, but PoE also has had like updates in the way normal games aren't. PoE is effectively a new game, right? Like the game that we played in 2013 has nothing to do with the game we're playing right now, right? It's so different. So it's like, it's basically like we're playing Path of Exile 10 right now. Do you know what I mean? No, you guys are not normal. I'm not normal. None of us are normal. Like it's live service, but something more than that. It's also like it's kind of the way I treat survival games. Like I look at survival games as one game because they're all almost the same. So whenever I'm playing like Valheim and then like the when I'm gonna play the new RuneScape 1 or Enshrouded, I think of it as playing a new game with some new changes because they're almost all the same.
take for me to see that end in sight. I mean, it would require no one to play it, right? Like, and is that going to happen? Almost certainly not. So, no, I guess I'm just we're going to go forever and ever until, I mean, like, speaking, obviously, there's a point in where cost and, one of the scales doesn't quite weigh, but we're not even close to that point. So, and I don't see that ever happening, honestly. I don't understand how that would happen.
Same.
But, whoever knows. However, no, I don't ever see that happening.
Can you say that about Path of Exile 1 and Path of Exile 2?
Yeah, 100%. 100%.
Because
I don't know if you've ever seen the Chris talk where it's like how to make a game that lasts forever.
Talk.
Well, it wasn't hypothetical. It was real.
Yeah, I think about a lot of these games. I saw a story recently about Final Fantasy XI and how it almost ended at one point because there wasn't support, and then all of a sudden they got a bunch of support for the game, and that's still going on. I was
13.
playing that back in the PS2 era, and then I think about Path of Exile 1 and how long that's been around and how engaged your player base has been. Like having a spike like you did with Calgar is really, really impressive. So now you're talking about this cadence: June, Path of Exile, August, PoE 2, October, PoE 1. Do you think you're going to be able to keep up with that cadence, or is Jonathan Rogers going to?
I'm never going to be able to play Tarkov again. Tarkov, by the way, has never wiped out a good time for me. Never. Not even once. It's like they sync up their fucking launches. And Tarkov have the worst launches ever. The BSG devs are like, surprise! Launch tomorrow! Jazz hands! Woo! They never announce it ahead of time. I think Nikita just rolls the dice and goes, today. That's so annoying. It's supposed to be a big Tarkov announcement this month. I'm never supporting those devs again with money. I'll play the game. What happened with Tarkov? Don't get me on a Tarkov rant. Like, Tarkov, BSG makes me love GDD so much more. More. I tried to say worse, but then more and worse. Glorp! Hi! Wait, aren't you also watching this video? Hi, Steel. Thank you. Chat bullied him. Steel's chat ruined him for the day. He got one guide and vibe off. We made Steel tilted and he sent his hair. Definitely not to do the same. I have very, short fuse on any negative comments. Exclamation health for an update. But yeah, I just... Any dissent is purged instantly. Any dissent is purged. Like, I don't want to argue with people. I want to just react. Good vibes only. Towards end halfway through the... Okay, cool. Well, I hope Steel's okay. Is Bleed Glad still a good league starter? So, the videos that Sai's updating for us is Explosive Arrow, the Gladiator SST build, and Wave of Conviction. And we're gonna look at one more. I'll go be doing collab with Pox, Angaratha, and Helmbreaker. What else do I usually collab with? Maybe some more. I will probably make a video on snaking because I'm league starting it. It's gonna be less of a build guide and just my plan for launch. It's like everyone's gonna have a build guide for snaking, right? Everyone is playing snaking. But I will show you my snake. I'll probably have a slightly different one than Ben, with some tips from Steel as well. And obviously, like, the reason I'm doing that build is for the race. You know? If it wasn't for the race, I would probably be league starting AD. There's a lot. Oh, I will be making an ED guide. I would say that's C tier though, C or B tier, maybe B. It does actually depend a lot on the new cane of Kulamak, because I could see the new cane of Kulamak like really. I think you could get 12 million DPS on Blight of Contagion. Yes, I want to do a league start stalling. Anyway, let's go back to reacting. Okay, X measuring health, Twitch. Engaged. Bane? Well, Bane is used in the Blight build. Like, oh, sorry, I hit my mic. I want to go back to reacting here, but like, this is what we were looking at so far. So, this is pretty, I would say this is pretty league starter gear. And it's got 1.1 million DPS. It's a little bit more than League Start actually, because it has an Empower. I don't think I'd have an Empower in League Start. You know what I mean? Oh. It somehow has more damage without an Empower. I don't actually even understand what's happening. Oh, never mind. This is because it's without Gain Equivalent. So I think this is decent. Right? 1.1 million DPS at level 89. With basically benchcraft gear. And some Recombinator chest. Recombinator chest and benchcraft gear. But I think that's pretty good for a League starter, right? Oh, I also made a 10 cluster with 2-stat. 2-stat 10 cluster. With influence. Oh, but it's the lesser. It's only lesser influence. Because you get so much frenzy duration that you can use the one every 15 seconds. Cyclone Starfall combo? No idea. Don't want to do that as a League starter. What are the mods on the duel? I just Unwavering Evil and Wicked Pal. And I made it a 10 cluster. No, I haven't shared the POB anywhere. I'll be making a guide for it. This is also not optimized yet. It's also not the... This is the life version, so it's got 5k life and 8k, 3k, yes. Recom chest costing 20 divine on average. No, this is a Cardinal armor. With... Is this tier 3 mods? Tier 3, tier 2, tier 3. And realistically... You'll probably do something like that. So it's a lot worse than what you would actually do. This is like what, a 5C armor? 10C armor? It's also not on the best base. I picked Cardinal armor, so it's not on a, whatever the best one's called. Crypt? I don't remember. Did you benchcraft suppression on shield? No. We don't need to. You just need 20% suppression between all your stuff. Columns look decent. Problem with Chaos Dot is it caps out at 3 million DPS on high-end gear? No. It last season capped out on 6 to 7 million with high-end gear. So, and we're getting 42% more damage this season. So that means we can pass 10 million. But yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to say it's a good build. It's a like, well, okay, it's a good, okay build. It's just, it's not an S tier build, but there's a lot of people that want to play it. But anyway, that's what I'm looking at.
To make another one of his amazing apology videos to say that he messed up. If he watches this, I'm sorry. I'm just joking around.
No. Like, hey, look. I mean, he apologized because we fucked up.
Yeah,
that's the truth to it, right? And he apologizes and he takes that, but like that is equally my fault. And I am glad that he's the one, you know, who's willing to fall on the sword, so to speak. But like, you know, we both caused that to happen. However, like, we're pretty on track now. We have a very good plan for at least the year, and I cannot see a reason why we wouldn't be able to successfully continue going. Like, I've already got a pretty fleshed out design for 327, and obviously we stay flexible.
Oh, that made me so happy to hear. That made me so happy to hear. I didn't know that. Oh, that just happiness. Just happiness, chat.
With those things, because depending on what happens in 326, we obviously like to change things around, and I'm obviously not going to talk about it. However, it is 100% achievable. I have no doubt in my mind about that. And we already know, obviously, what's happening with the next PoE 2 expansion and so on, and all that is achievable. And I mean, currently it looks 100% success rate. But, you know.
Yeah, he said he has a rough idea of 327 already. Which is huge. It's good. I already said that on the reveal stream though. No, they said that they had an idea on like how to do like the new leagues. I didn't know they had like fleshed out 327 already. All the people at GDD seem so nice. I would like to bring them a coffee. Yeah, I had the same idea. I bought them a pizza one time. It was kind of hard to coordinate, but it was fun. I just like bought like 20 pizzas for the office a few years ago. I think that was after they helped me with one of the first events.
I'm the realist in me is always like, yeah, never 1000% no, but I can't see a world in where it doesn't succeed. Now, obviously, it's new for the company, it's new for me, it's new for everything. Like, if we're talking about doing 6 releases a year, like 2 games, but we have expanded, we've figured our shit out, we know what we're doing now. It was pretty rough for a while there, but we're certainly on top of it now, and it would take something pretty severe for it to not, you know, go out the way we now intend. So
makes sense. Yeah, you got the big August update coming and then full release in December. How are you feeling going towards full release of Path of Exile 2 in December?
There's like this thing in me, and this is personally speaking, where I'm like, you know, I'm not sure exactly what the date is for that, by the way.
I thought I gotcha.
That is no. I'm not going to acknowledge that, but I'm also just not going to say anything about the specifics. But I'll ignore the date part and just say talk.
It kind of makes sense though that they could put it out this year if all that they want to have done is the acts, right? Because they've now said that they don't necessarily want all the classes out, and that makes it seem a lot more possible to me. If it's just the acts that needs to be done before full release. And full release with it being free to play is a good thing for us, right? So it's not like they're going to be releasing it into selling the game. So that's fine. Then it's not a release. Well, why would that be a bad thing for us, though? It's just going to be that the game is free to play for everybody. So I think it's fine. It's not like they're going to stop working on the game anyway. They already do like an insane amount of stuff. So I think it's fine.
Talking about full release. The main thing is obviously there's just that like it's this thing where because we're adding more content, so like we did with 020, that wasn't just finishing what's there, we're also adding more, and so you're almost like moving the goalpost a little bit every single time. So there's an interesting thing where, personally speaking, we're like trying to keep up with that as we're going is kind of interesting because I want to make sure that the content we're adding is to a release grade, I guess you'd say, because like it's kind of interesting because like you could look at Path of Exile 1 or 2 and just be like, this game isn't, you know, what does release mean? Because again, we're going to be making it for 15, 20, 30 years. Like, what is release? And so, yeah, it's obviously nice to have a full release and you get to play through the whole game, but it's not like the game as a developer, and especially as me, who's going to be making it and working on it and playing it for this long, you know, there's like kind of like, it's never really finished. So, you know, I appreciate that, you know, getting to
as a no life for gamer, I really fucking love live service. But like, yeah, it's so true. No, this is Neon, our savior. It's so true. Like, release is kind of arbitrary. Like, it's a very good point. I do feel like you can have more excuses when a game is in early access. So it's kind of like nice that they're like, they don't need those excuses. They want to just release it. So I don't know. I think it's a good thing.
Release goal is going to be amazing and feel real good for the team, but like to me, it's just the beginning, right? Like I'm just starting. So
it's such a
I don't know.
Chad.
I have a different perspective on it all again because I look at things so far in the future that
yeah,
I'm bit of a different perspective. However, again, you're not going to bait me into getting any dates here.
No, I'm just having fun, you know.
I hope they do eggs have fun.
How has the balanced work life schedule been going? Jonathan mentioned that in our last interview. Has it been going pretty well? No super late nights, mostly for the team?
Lately, I'm just trying to think about exactly. So I mean, I'm pretty anti crunch, anti overtime personally.
Mhm.
Except
Now
for
I'm coming
yourself.
from the perspective of I am in terms of for other people. For myself, I'll just do what I think is fun, and I don't mind. I'll do whatever's necessary for the game.
Mhm.
That being said, I am obviously trying to appreciate my own work-life balance more as well. But I would say we've been pretty good lately.
that.
There's always a few rough spots here and there.
But him and Chris as well, and I'm sure loads of people at TDD, but like they both like did so much insane overtime. I remember the first time we ran gauntlets, Chris like he asked like when I wanted to start the launch, and I was like, oh, it'd be nice since we're just doing like our event if it started at like a EU friendly time. So like let's start it at like 3 p.m. like between 2 and 4 p.m. And Chris is like, yeah, okay, that's fine. But after doing it 3 times, Chris was like, you don't know this, but every time you're starting a gauntlet at 3 or 4 p.m., that's 4 a.m. my time. I have to sleep over in the office personally and be there to start the servers and make sure everything goes off without a hitch. So like we would love if you could change it to a normal time so I don't have to sleep in the office. And I was like, what the fuck? Why didn't you just tell me? We would have just done normal start times. We did not deserve Chris. Like that was such a cool thing to do.
But certainly lately it's been a lot better. I am constantly trying to just be like, you get maybe requests from staff to work overtime or need to crunch. I'll just be like, get that out of there. We're not doing that. We'll do that.
Zaki told me actually, like several of his like crunch requests have been declined. Like he wants to work, and he'll message me like saying like, I want to work, but I can't. I'm not allowed to work. So he's like forced to play. Was he playing Tarkov Dota? I can't remember. That was funny.
In the next patch, we'll do that later. You don't need to do that, like, because honestly, like, yeah, sometimes things get scoped just like kind of out of control, and you just need to constantly be narrowing it down to actually what the players are going to need. And what you often can find is people are working on things that people aren't just ever going to care about. So it's important to constantly stay in there and get those things out of there. But I especially lately as well. I don't know why, I just took it upon myself. I'm trying to make sure that we're not burning out our staff, burning out the team, because again, it's not just trying to get to that release point. It is a forever grind. And if you can't have that stability and you can't be burning out.
Isn't Chris now just a figurehead for GGD? He's not with the company at all. He doesn't work there at all anymore. I talked to him.
Your team, then you're not going to make it very far. So yeah, it's very important. Again, that's me thinking of this long distant future, not this short finish line here where it's like, oh, it's all good, we go full burn until release. It's like, no. We need to have a 10-year plan or a 20-year plan or something here just to make sure that people aren't frying themselves.
I can respect that a lot. It's really, really nice to hear, because you hear all these stories about, developers who are forced to crunch. And when you hear about stories where developers are interested in doing more work, like I'm kind of like that, right? Like I want to stay late. If someone said, hey, you got to go home, you got to stop working on that, I'm like, okay. And then I keep working on it because that's what I want to do, right? So I think there's a big difference between making people work overtime and
100%.
People who are passionate about working on a game and working overtime. And I think we don't have conversations like that enough about people who are super invested. And like, yeah, I've seen that online, and I really do appreciate the approach that I've heard from both you and Jonathan about how Grinding Gear Games handles it. So yeah, it's nice to hear. I'm curious, what is the thing that you're most excited about this big update? You just gave us the big presentation. I'm asking you about historical stuff and things. I didn't really ask you about this particular one. Tell me, what has you most excited? What are players really going to latch on to in your opinion?
Few things. I mean, it's always hard for me to.
I gotta say, even before ever trying it, I hope Mercenaries go core. Like, I love the idea of more, like, small stuff like that to do, like, gearing getting perfect merc gear. I hope we get some form of ethereal thing too. Like imagine Eth in PoE would be so sick. I fucking love the idea of mercs. Isn't heist gearing enough? I fucking always ignore heist gearing. I never do heist. I mean, I'll have to now that I'm gonna be SSF again.
Choose, because again, I always pick to work on the things I am.
Okay, but this is different. This is completely different because we can actually craft proper gear and use proper gear, normal gear. The heist stuff sucks because it's different, weird heist gear that I'm not excited about. Right? At least to me, that's a big difference. That's a big difference. Do you like gearing mercs in PD2? Yeah, a lot. A lot. Like, for me, it's so different when it's, like, shitty heist gear that is weird, with actual gear.
Passionate about. And I just assume that the players are going to echo what I find to be passionate, and it's been successful so far. But I always just love the bosses. The boss fights are the key. Like, new Pinnacle bosses to me is just, you know, I love it. And it's always the boss fights, but honestly, again, I would even say that, you know, something like actually, okay, there's too much here. There's too much. It's like I'm just thinking about all these different things in my head. I really like, obviously, bringing back Zana, like speaking narratively and talking about the game, like bringing back Zana and bringing and being able to return to that storyline and set it up in a way that we can not only do it now, you know, but, you know, as a pre-teaser, then further that storyline even further again. In, you know, some expansions in the distant future. It's been set up in a way where that's possible. And I did that quite intentionally. And it's very cool because she was a very, very, very popular character who kind of just was like, yep, it's gone. And so being able to bring that back and see that through is very, very fun. And obviously then get all the bosses with it, which is amazing. And then we get to kind of put a twist on the end game and do whatever we want going forward. So like the thing about this one, and this is something I'm very excited for later, is sure we've got these new mechanics now, we've got new crafting mechanics, everything. I do actually have kind of soft plans for the next expansion and the next in-game expansions, that is. So seeing all that through is gonna be real fun over the next however many years. And then what else? I mean, I always like seeing things like the crafting mechanics and seeing how they play out. I think this one is quite simple in terms of improving dropped items on the ground. Like just being able to find an item and ID it and hopefully get a good item. It kind of plays in the same way that the like tier 2 to tier 5 items do in Path of Exile 2. Where like you have more hope identifying a tier 5 item going, this is probably going to be good or can be very, very good and has a higher probability of just every other item you're finding. So finding the items with a lot of memory strands are going to be like, oh, I want to ID this and hopefully get something very, very good.
How many videos have I had talking about like how I want them to focus more on tiered items? Like it's definitely the way to go. Like I would always want to see like less items drop and more tiered. Like it's so good. Definitely the way to go. I'm gonna take a quick toilet break. But I will be right back. BRB. Martin Luther relax? Yeah, apparently. Yeah, as some of you know, my daughter is also called Zana. She has started walking. Working? Not working yet. She's walking. Step 1. Well, she took 2 steps. She took 2 steps. If she can walk, she can work. True. Your daughter's named Zana? Yeah. We had a deal that if it's a boy, I choose the name. Sorry, she chooses the name, a girl, I choose the name. She still chose the first name. So her name is Mila and then Zana. But I call her Zana. Rig, is that a microphone? Yeah, so this is a sponsored microphone. It's like a budget mic. So this is $99 with the discount that you guys can get. My normal setup is like $800. Shake it well? I've been shaking it for a while. This is my food. Fun. Like cardboard. But better. My condolences. You know, it's not as bad as I thought it was. Are you sick or something? Exclamation my health. Sounds really great for $100. Yeah. It's a rig microphone. Is there that much of a difference from $99 to $800 mic? Well, so the mic is $400, but I have like a mixer set up attached to this one too. So this is the rig microphone that I'm using right now. And this is like my like pro mixer setup with the SMB7 Shure and stuff. So this is like 800 or whatever. That's the difference. So this is the expensive setup. And that's the cheap one. For 99 bucks it's really good. Yeah. So I took it. They let me try it first, and I had chat decide before I took the sponsorship. Thank you, Blank. Thank you for the 53 months.
So improving dropped items is obviously huge for how I play. But honestly, on top of that, it's going to be... I'm a social player. I play with friends all the time. I play my support characters, and they all play their character, their things, and I like to make them as OP as possible. But having the mercenaries play into that, where I can I'm thinking okay, I'm gonna have my one mercenary that just obliterates everything while I support it, and then I'm gonna have my support mercenary so that me and my mercenary can support my friends better, and it's just this giant support network of. Making everyone insanely strong. So that's also just exciting. I mean, but honestly, all of it, it's kind of hard for me to ever pick my favorites because, again, I literally, when I am designing, doing the original scoping of every expansion, I'm like, if I suggest a thing I am not exceptionally passionate about, then what am I doing? Why would I do that? So I pick things that I think will be insanely valuable to the players, but mostly because they are valuable to me.
You have all these new updates that you can't wait to see the players really dive into. I am sort of curious, how do you keep coming up with new ideas for Path of Exile 1? It's been over 10 years. What's the specific, how many years have you been on the game?
I mean, I've been there for, 12, 13 years, coming on 13 years, I think.
It's been a bit, right? Yeah, so how do you keep pushing PoE 1 forward without jumping the shark, so to speak? Like adding something that would just totally break the immersion. And in your opinion, what's an idea that you think would have caused that? So it's a two-part question. How do you keep innovating over all this time? And what's something that will be one step too far?
Neon?
Well, okay, how to keep innovating. Honestly, it's not that hard, and I don't know if that's just because it comes organically. There's a couple ways. One way is I look at a problem people have, problem players have, and I look at it from that perspective, and instead of just going, how can we just, put a band-aid on this and it's fixed. It's like, how can we design something immersive and fun that also solves that problem? So you're kind of coming at it from a different approach. Now that actually makes it a bit easier because you know what you're trying to solve. And so then you just need to make it epic. And that's not that hard. Making things epic is pretty easy. When you've got an entire team of artists and audio guys and everything, all of that, making things epic, that's easy. Solving the problems is, it's finding the problems that's the hard thing. And again, when you're playing a lot and you're listening to your community a lot, you're going to know what the problems are. So that comes as it's like, but then it's like, how do you pick the theme? I guess, look, that can be hard. We've had all kinds of strategies over time. Often it just results in random brainstorming, thinking on the weekend, just chatting with people, like different developers. Like I'll just go talk to our head of audio and we'll just be rambling about some stuff, and all of a sudden we've come up with some random thing we can do in the next expansion, and it can also happen to solve a problem, and it's like, oh, whoa, it's happening. So honestly, just talking to the staff often helps. Like actual having casual conversations about the game and about the content is like actually quite important. So it's not all just, professional official talk. It's like just sit down at lunch with a...
I really do appreciate and love how much they actually play their own game. And I know Reddit always likes to make it out like they don't. My favorite moment with that was the Delirium race, where somebody was complaining about how hard the Delirium race was, and they would like to see GDD even try to play their event. And then one of the GDD guys, instead of playing on his personal account, started playing on an official GDD account and got like rank 3 or something overall. And it was a very like mic drop moment. It wasn't Neon, it was someone else. It was such a good mic drop moment. And like when I talked to employees and stuff at ExileCon, there were only 1 or 2 of the rigging guys, like that do like the graphic animations and stuff, that before an interview told me, like, by the way, I would appreciate if you don't get too technical with the questions, because I'm not good at PoE. Like I don't play the game that much. I mostly like work on the graphics part. It's like most will be like, it's pretty rare that there's someone that doesn't like actively play it, I find, whenever I'm like talking to them. And if that is the case, it's usually either like a voice actor or someone that like just does graphic animations, which is like, it really shows in their game. It was actually really fascinating. There's an interview of the guy who did the voice for the Shaper, and he has never touched the game. So him talking, he's like, yeah, I'm like some sort of like god with like cool powers and this big beam and shit. And yeah, there's some stuff going on. And it's like, it was just so weird, because like, he's never played the game at all. He has no idea what's going on, but he's the Shaper. It was just such a like weird thing in my head. Do you know what I mean? I was like, it makes sense. It was just a job for him, but it's like such a big part of our game, It's kind of weird. Very interesting.
A bunch of the game designers who happen to be...
That's super common with voice acting, yeah. I know the Kingdom Come Deliverance voice actors, they've played the game a lot, I think, from what I understood. Although, the like Perkstein actor feels like he's made the character his entire personality on stream too. Who was the other guy? I don't know. I think it was that guy. Yeah, I'll be playing hardcore SSF. I'll always be playing hardcore, but yeah, I'll be SSF. Hans! Wasn't it designed after him? Ah, okay. Sir Hans Capon. Baldur's Gate 3 voice actors played on stage D&D a lot, yeah.
Playing the game the night before and are all just talking about their experience of what they like and what they don't like, and then all of a sudden you're like, I know what I want to do next league. Just
Do you have a notebook with like ideas?
No.
All right.
They just come. They just come. I generally don't forget the stuff, but again, I generally have some kind of thin plan for a while. But generally you get, I've got the next kind of expansion kind of figured out and like a bunch of bullet points, and then I start expanding the bullet points. But yeah, honestly, just chatting with the team is the biggest way. It is the biggest and best way to get these things. There isn't some massive grand plan where it's like we know exactly what we're doing 3 years from now. We respond to the players. We respond
I really hope we get a Calandra retcon. Like, I'm talking specifically about the lore. Actually, it took me like probably like 15,000 hours of playing the game for me to start caring about the lore, but the lore of PoE is so fucking good. So S tier. I really hope they rewrite Calandra lore. I hope the bird was just some imposter pretending to be Calandra, and real Calandra just comes out, grips it, and just tears the head off bird Calandra. And it's like, imposter. I'm like, that'd be nice. Like, that was the most disappointing lore I've ever seen in a game. Fuck that bird? Yeah, it was so stupid. You know nothing about the lore? The lore is S tier. Kitten Cat Noodle does really good lore videos. What's the TLDR? Of what? The PoE lore? We're the bad guys. There's no TLDR of the PoE lore. It's very... PoE lore is very many short stories. Oh, of Calandra. I mean, she's supposed to be like a goddess of creation kind of thing. But then they made her a bird. That was kind of weird and boring.
To the community, we respond to the game, and so we are constantly addressing problems. And so, yeah, a league like Betrayal becomes stale, as it does, and as there will be another league that becomes stale or is already stale. And all of a sudden we can go, we need to give this a fresh coat of paint, so that's the objective. How we do that? Well, yeah, you then just have some brainstorming discussions, see what kinds of things people want to start doing with items, or which holes in their builds they want to fill, and then you derive that down to a crafting system that can provide that solution. And then you're like, okay, and now we theme the league and that crafting system together, and now you've got, you know, this league now offers this crafting system to solve these problems, and then players can fill those holes in their, or those gaps in their build, and now they're happy, we're happy, and then we just make it epic. Characters, narrative, dialogue, etc.
That's a really cool way to solve a problem. Like, just make something really neat around it. And I know PR is saying we're out of time, but just real quick, how would you break it? Like, what would be one thing that would be like way too far? Like,
PR is saying we're out of time. Fucking 30% left of the video.
An expansion that's all about kittens or something. I don't know.
I mean, look, it's important to not change the style of the game.
Yeah, true. Staring directly into the camera. I thought about that with streaming. I was like, should I set up my camera so that it looks like I'm staring directly into it? Especially during interviews. And it does make the dynamic a little bit weird when you are like talking directly into the camera. I definitely prefer looking off to the side a little bit. I feel weird? Yeah. It's weird though, like during conversation, I like to eye fuck my opponent, right? Like if I'm talking to you IRL, I stare directly into you. It's really interesting during meet and greets. Like I noticed during meet and greets, a lot of people shy their eyes away, and I'm just like, either. Opponent? Yeah, when you're talking to someone. The fight. You're evil? No. It's fun though. I'm not evil. That's partly because of the tism. Search out. I love looking directly into someone's eyes if they're socially awkward. Yeah, sometimes I move, like lean in to make sure. I'm like, hello? Are you avoiding me? I would stop talking to you. Starage. Have I ever visited Japan? No, but I want to.
Because you're going to change the audience very drastically, and like that's not what you want to be doing. So I mean, you are right. I mean, you could add kittens for like a day, but yes, you get, if you get too cute. Look, it's meant to be a visceral game. It's meant to be dark horror gothic. If you start putting in something that isn't what the target audience of that is looking for, yes, it's going to fall apart very, very quickly. I can't say I have any specifics, but like, you know your target audience. Make it for that target audience. Bring new people or fold people into your target audience, but like definitely don't just like pivot and go completely off. At least from an immersive or narrative standpoint, you can go pretty X Factor with the mechanics. You can get pretty out there with like we're gonna, with Blight when we're just like we're gonna add a tower defense to the game. That's fine, and the good thing is we get to do it for a league, and if it works, it sticks. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But don't add a tower defense using something that is not, some theme that is too kind of cute or too playful or something like that. You want to have it be again, still very much fitting in that world, that Ray class.
Yeah,
where
I
it is
really hated Rainbow Unicorns in D3. Strong dislike. Real big dislike. It like, I was like, I loved farming cow level in D2. And that was like a fun gimmick. But then like unicorn rainbows, I was like, bruh.
quite horrific and not a pleasant place to live.
Got it. Well, Mark, thank you so
Would've been a
much.
fun
I know
1st
we
of
are
April
at time.
rework.
I really appreciate you taking a few moments to speak with me about Path of Exile. Really excited about the new update. Can't wait for 2 to release. Maybe in December. We'll see. And I look forward to speaking with Grinding Gear Games again in the future.
Awesome. And thank you very much.
And as always at these events, you usually have a group session. Here is that section of the interview.
All right, so the first question we have is the plan to have more QOL, quality of life, and feature parity between the two games moving forward? Well, it's kind of a little bit, it's almost a two-parter. The way I look at it is that quality of life, yes. If we can improve the quality of life on one game or both or the other game, we're always going to do it. If it is a feature that exists in both, 100%, it is worth doing. Sometimes it's worth trying out in one game, and then if it's a success, the way we've done it, we port it to the other, and vice versa.
That happened last time,
I wouldn't
too.
say there's a long, we haven't planned this out for the future, but the intention certainly is the case that the moment something works for one, if it applies to the other, we will port it over. As for features, it's quite broad, but of course, there will be, in most cases, a lot of cases, yes, you'll find it can apply to both games. However, due to the context of the content, sometimes the feature will only apply to one and not the other. It depends. If it's around like kind of combat and player skills and whatnot, we obviously have some limitations. Whereas again, if it's around maybe, something to do with the passive tree, we can probably apply it to both. But we'd want to make sure that we consider the context. Of course, they are very different games with different pacing. And we do want to keep it that way. There are kind of two visions, and we are obviously wanting to make sure both are held up, as opposed to, just turning one game into the other, and all of a sudden you've got two of the same product. Second one's not a question, but hello. And then the third, how long can an Atlas memory thread be? 2 to 3 maps, or can we do long chains? Yes, in the presentation, I think there was one that was an example of 4 maps, but the intention is that it is a little bit longer. I would say that you shouldn't be expecting anything less than, say, 5 maps, say 4 to 8 maps kind of range. We don't want to make them too long that it's really annoying, of course, but they are pretty fun. You do get the extra skills. As you progress along the memory thread, you get more and more skills. They get a bit more intense, and then you also get the modifiers at the end of each one that affect all the subsequent ones. So even if it is longer, as much as the people who just want to farm the bosses are probably going to be like, oh my god, let me get through this. The people who actually want to juice the maps and they want to make the most and get the extreme amount of the influence and modifiers going on, they'll be happy to have long chains. So bit of both to appeal to both player types, ones who want to do more bossing and ones who want to juice their maps more. Or enhance their maps. I keep using the word juice because it's what the players use. So if you don't know what it means, let me know and I'll elaborate. Next question. Given the focus on endgame content this time, is it safe to assume...
Where are these questions from? Is this a live streamed on YouTube or something? Is it a Discord? I don't really understand where they're from. Not that it matters that much.
New play experience for PoE1 won't be changed going forward. I wouldn't say that's entirely true. It's a little bit changed, especially for the core game, with some of the features from Settlers of Calgary being added to the core towns. So even when you're playing through, you are getting the respecking. Now, I know you had it during Settlers of Calgary in 3.25, but that was restricted to the League. We didn't have that in the core game. So you're getting the respecking, you're getting the gambling, you're getting the currency exchange, which are 3 hugely popular features that are very, very good for new players. So I'll say that's one of the main benefits they're getting. The other thing, though, is, of course, yes, it is more endgame centric. And so, yes, it is more for the endgame, especially given last time, I'd say Settlers was good league for the start of the game, the end of the game. You know, is pretty good at bringing in new people and appealing to a more casual audience. Whereas this is more for your PoE players. However, you know, it's still there. There's still balance updates. There's still ascendancy class updates. And I would honestly say the mercenary system is something that is exceptionally good for people who are, well, think of it this way. If you're struggling at the game, you being able to bring in a mercenary.
He was gonna say trash. He was gonna say, like, for people who are bad at the game, these are exceptionally good. You know, since Quinn's audience is so toxic, I feel like Quinn is gonna get bullied to fuck over the mercenary stuff if he uses one.
Which is throughout the entire game. You'll find them in every single area. You can get gear off them, or you can gear them up. They fight alongside you. They're quite powerful, and I would argue that the less proficient you are and the less geared you are, honestly, the more that they help, especially throughout the campaign. What you do is you find late game, once you are so powerful, because you can become effectively a god in Path of Exile, the mercenary become less and less useful. Now, they're still good, and they have auras, they have utility, they have a few bits and pieces like that, but I would actually say where they shine best is players that are, you know, just kind of your average player who's playing your average build. So I would say, much like most leagues, our new player experience, you get this league out of it. And I would say this one probably honestly helps newer players more than anything else.
I like that a lot. Because, like, people like me don't necessarily need help. So it's like, well, I'm sure we'll find, like, a good use for it, but hopefully it won't be something, like, that you can min-max to the point of, like, idols. I feel like that's way too much. Like, idols was fucked, especially when you have friends. Like, for the idol stuff, like, me and, like, 3 other friends, we were sharing idols to make 4 perfect sets instead. And we'd be like, oh, you farm the Nemesis one a little bit now, like, I'll farm, or, like, you farm the Exile one a little bit now, I'll farm the Blight one. And we would have, like, way better sets, right? So, like, stuff like that was too crazy. Hey, Leroy, how you doing?
So I think in that regard, it helps a lot, and it is a nice contrast to the end game focused Atlas expansion.
I mean, it won't pause, but you'll be DC'd after 6 seconds like normal.
All right, next question we have. There are improvements to character classes. Are there any for Scion too? Not specifically for Scion, but it's not quite how, if you're talking about the Ascendancy class. But whenever we update, well, I guess you can say yes, there is, because whenever we updated the Ascendancy classes, we generally also do a pass on the Ascendant and update a lot of its notables to have the same stats. We would be doing the same thing here, so there'll be slight ones. But generally, most of the balance changes we're doing, aside from addressing...
It'd be really interesting what Guardian Scion is going to have now, no? Maybe it might be like 25 to 30 reservation. That would be huge.
The 5 Ascendancy classes that I mentioned. And of course, the Ascendant will get a little bit of it. It's mostly just game-wide, so like changing how hand casting works and channeling spells and a bunch of that kind of stuff. So, really I mean, whether or not you're a Scion, it's the benefit of Path of Exile. You can be any class and be playing any of these skills and builds. You'll get the changes nonetheless.
Yeah, what are the mini defines?
What's the best class in this update? Well, that I suspect is a different answer from every single Path of Exile player you ask. Now, I am biased and I have my personal preferences, but I love playing support characters. I love playing with my friends and I love giving them auras. And so I'm going to be playing a support character nonetheless. I run my auras, I run my war cries. I especially love war cry support. However, you have to be in multiplayer. Well, actually, one thing that I think is very, very cool this time around is that I get to be a support character for my mercenary. So we'll see if my mercenary can do all the DPS, and I'll support him and see what happens. Who knows? Okay, next. And you said it's silly, but I'll answer it nonetheless. But do my stash tab purchases in PoE 2 work in PoE 1? Yes, almost all of them do. Any regular stash tab, quad tab, a lot of them are in Path of Exile 1 as well. There are some exceptions to the rule, which is that if you have a Socketables tab, for example, or I believe currently a Ritual tab, they will not be in Path of Exile 1 at this time. The ritual tab will be added later, but the socketables tab doesn't make sense in the context of PoE 1 at the moment. There are other tabs for that, and so it doesn't really work, and so some will, some will not. But look, anything you buy in either game, if it fits in the context of the other game, we will make it work there. We will put it there. It is not our intention that if you play both games, you have
It would be nice if, maybe it's complicated to do because if they add it later, but it would be nice if it temporarily gave you a normal stash tab.
to purchase all the micros in either game. That is never going to be the case. Next question. Can your companion mercenary be involved in an encounter with another mercenary? Would they be taken into consideration for the scaling? They can, and they do not get taken in, so they don't make it harder beyond just normal. Well, actually, no, they just don't. So we specifically, good question actually, because we specifically handled this. So yes, your mercenary will help you with the other mercenaries, and they will not make it harder. That was the intention. Only other players will make it more difficult.
Okay.
No, so the question here is, does the mercenary only join the host of a party? Every player can have a mercenary active.
Oh my god. Oh my god, they should let us mercenary duel. Like Pokemon. And you could wager. Oh my god, that would be so fucking cool. Like a hideout feature where you can mercenary duel. Like Pokemon. And you can wager. Nah, not with gold, because gold's not supposed to be tradable. I will DM them. Oh my god, I would do a tournament. Random idea, but how hard would it be to do a hideout thing, letting our mercenaries duel, and we can do merc meme tournaments and wager items. Have them fight like Pokemon. They must hate me, but they have taken a lot of the ideas. So that'd be so cool, though. That'd be so cool. A special arena hideout to do it. That'd be so cool. Dude, if that happens, I will set up a mercenary PvP fight. That would be so sick. Oh, that would be so sick.
Which obviously you get a lot of stuff going on in an area where you got up to 6 players with 6 mercenaries. It is worth noting that a mercenary counts as half a party member as well. So technically, this is the first time in the game we're allowing up to 9-player party scaling. Now we have changed how party scaling works a little bit.
It's gonna be fucked, isn't it? Like, MP is gonna get like 10 mirrors day one.
To account
I'm happy I'm SSF.
for this, but you know, it's going to allow for some pretty high-end difficulty and pretty high-end item drops or rewards. But yeah, you can certainly get your full party with your full set of mercenaries. Interestingly, when we first were designing it, we were going to have them take a party slot, but we ended up going away from that design. So we were going to have it that, for example, since there's a 6-player party maximum, we were going to have 4 players, which means you could bring 2 mercenaries. We ended up going away from that because we wanted to make sure that everyone could interact with the mechanic. Like, it would be pretty sad if, for example, you joined with your friends and then you couldn't use the league mechanic because they were already bringing mercenaries, or maybe you brought yours and theirs wouldn't come. So we ended up just going, all right, let's just have everyone bring them if they want, and then, which seems like the obvious answer, but we considered all the options. I mean, I'll answer it just because it's what's the worst class? I don't know. It doesn't exist. I don't know, But
Assassin.
I know you said I could skip it as joking around, but still, I would. I'd like to say I don't even have an answer to that,
Sounds
even if
good.
I'm not joking around. I guess the way people answer that question is just by going onto the Poe Ninja website and just seeing which class is played the least, and you would argue that, statistically speaking, that is the class. I think that's probably all of them. So
Not necessarily, because then there would be Guardian, but Guardian's really good. It's just not that many people play Aura bots. Actually, to be fair, yeah, I mean, I see it. I don't know. A lot of these need a lot of tuning. Champion is 0.8. Champion's so good, though. I guess it's more of a softcore thing. Oh, you're not even played a lot in hardcore.
again, I just wanted to thank everyone for being here, and I hope you enjoyed the stream, and I hope you're excited to talk about and or play the game. Join us playing it on the release day. What's the map behind me? That is the Atlas. It is an Atlas map that has been framed. I also have my unique cards over there from ExileCon.
Ah!
I have down there, I have my, I don't know where the stream is cut actually, but I have a set of divination cards. And I have, a whole bunch of, my entire home office is just a bunch of PoE stuff that I've framed.
That's cool.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks for watching that, everybody. I am
That's
a big
good.
fan of Grinding Gear games. I'm a big fan of Path of Exile 2. I need to play more Path of Exile 1, but thank you for watching, and thank you to Grinding Gear Games for taking my questions. If you want to support, you can hit that subscribe button, hit that bell. That does help. Everybody hit the like button if you like the video, of course, or you can become a member. Big thanks to Chris Ferretti, Phil Aroni, Spingetter, and Aries EMS for supporting. You can support on patreon.com/SaveStatePlus or right here on YouTube by becoming a member. I'm going to get out of here, but if you actually want to check out my past interview with Jonathan Rogers,
We watched that. That was a good video. Honestly, a lot of like cute info, I guess. I like that 327 is fleshed out already. I wasn't expecting that. I knew they were like planning stuff, but I didn't know they were. Yeah, I don't know. Mark gives me such confidence in the game. So that was really good. Good video. Good job by Destin. And hoping to see more. I liked it in chat for those that want to watch it. That was good. Good stuff. Also, Clazy, you read in chat. I messaged you on Discord. I don't have a message from you on Discord. Well, unless your name is Rasku or Grakacha, then I see some people message me that I haven't accepted DMs from, but if not, someone is trying to scam you. What do you think about Los Angeles in 326? I don't know about Laniero. Haven't looked at it at all. Alright. That's a good react. Yeah, let's highlight that and get it to Kraya. Yeah, I'm working on ED Contagion right now. It looks decent. It looks usable. No, I was saying Temp is played more in hardcore, but then it wasn't. It wasn't played as much as I thought it was. Yeah, it's arcane. It's only a little bit better. Well, it's 42% more better. %42 is quite large. Plus, Chain of Cooldown might be insanely fucking cracked now. And it was quite popular last league, getting up to like 6 million damage with good gear. No, but I will bring up hardcore to softcore. We did lose a little bit from Master Race. I actually don't have a Master Race yet. I need to do more Master Race. Whoa.
Yogi just subscribed.
Here I go again. My. Okay, got some more masteries.
Tretoxt just resubscribed for 45 months. Guten Tag.
I would like to do that, but it's pretty hard to do. Tree talks, thank you for the 45 months. Honestly? Okay, I mean, the garbage version looks pretty good. I'm mostly worried about mana. I haven't solved mana yet. Golem's unreliable. It dies all the time when you're not elementalist. It is not a solution. Shaper Seed Mercenary? Is it Aura? PoE Shaper Seed. Yeah. Huh. Huh. That's not a bad idea. Says you'd want dot multi-golem now? Since you don't want to rely on golems for anything. Is it worth it to go for 2 clusters? You 100% go for 2 clusters when you go CI. There's very few good nodes, like you don't really want these. But yeah, Merc might be good for that. We don't know yet. That's the main problem though. $1,400, 1,600 with Caniculimac. No, it's more than that. So nearly 2 million if you get a Caniculimac 3 stat. 3 stat obviously a lot more realistic than a 4 stat. 4 stat, if they exist the way they are now, you'd have dot multi on top of this. Wait, this is not a legit one. Supposed to have dot multi. Actually makes it better. Right, this is the existing one. The other one is sort of 2 set. I think Golem playing for buffs with new golems would be viable for endgame. Yes, probably. That's not bad though. This is without any min-max. Nah, I don't know if you'd go low. No, you wouldn't go live. 100% not. You'd go cultist if so. They do die in the in-game. That's why I'm not including golems. This looks kinda good, no? Am I retarded? Like, we have so little gear and we're getting 1.4 million DPS. Main problem I need soul cells mana. Those are 2 very different questions. I like you. What's the potential for upgrades beyond this point? I'm pretty sure I can crank it over 10 million. Pretty sure I can crank it to 10 million. Oh, what's quality on this? Like, we don't have Awakened Gems. We're missing a lot. Yeah, it would be good on a Cultist. Mana Flask it is. I think early game you do use Mana Flask. Yeah, Mana Regen Tattoos. Do they still exist? That sounds rough. You're not using the other channeling support. What is that one? What's the... It's not in POB yet though, is it? Already low on int? True, I can't use tattoos. But I mean, I also don't have gear. I can get stats on gear. That one is so shit. Focus channeling. I can't believe they put that in. Right, okay. Lightning Golem is too unreliable. I think it'll be dead. Rush had Zealot's Oath. Can you do Clarity with Arrogance? Yes, you can. Annoying? Nah, I'm not touching that. %60 more damage after 3 seconds. If you channel for 3 seconds, then still you deal an average of 30% more damage. Yeah, you do never stand still for 3 seconds. It is very bad. Can you elaborate for somebody who mostly played self-made builds in a step so didn't see much min-maxing gear? How does good gear actually transfer builds from 1 to 3 to insane scaling? What's the breaking factor? Always wondered. So this is not a build that's going to break, right? This is not something that we can take from like 1 million to like 100. First off, dots don't go over 36 million. I could maybe see somebody hitting 20 million on Blight, but that would be pretty hard. But so what are some things that like go really hard on scaling? So right now we're using like a garbage wand, right? So like an actual 6-stat wand or a 4-stat Cane of Quillamec, but we don't know the full changes of Cane of Quillamec, right? So we're putting this in as a maybe. But then you have Forbidden Jewels, right? These are really, I never put these in league starters, but it gives you an additional ascendancy point. So for some builds, that is a very huge breaking point. Then you have Light of Meaning. I haven't even optimized around a Light of Meaning right now, but there's a few spots like here and here where, for example, each node is 6% chaos damage, right? And then when you start min-maxing those, and you got to remember, a lot of the things that we're going for and doing is more multipliers. And why that is so strong, why a lot of people call it path of more multipliers, is because they're multiplicative with each other. When you're getting 6% here, 6% here, and 6% here, you know, that's suddenly like 60% more damage instead. So it does add up really fast. And then we also have a lot of new stuff. Like right now, the way, so I do builds the opposite of the way Steel does. Steel, which by the way, I really like the way he does them. I just have a harder time doing that myself. But what Steel does is he min-maxes the build first. So first, what he does is he literally puts in literal dream gear. The absolute best that you could possibly obtain. And then cuts. He basically bulks the character and then cuts. Right, and he like sees like what can I cut away? First he yoinks from Gratha. Yeah, I mean it's very important to take stuff from other players. Very important. Like you could always improve. Like I reach out and talk to other build creators a lot. Sometimes I'll message Rue or Jung and be like, can you look at this? Like what do you think? Like I have a very specific niche where I focus on builds with garbage gear because a lot of my audience is garbage. No, it's like I have so many new players, so if I can make a build decent on very early gear, like if I can make a build work with nothing, it'll be really good for a lot of my audience. And I really like doing it that way. So I'll walk you through what I've done so far, right? This is an accumulator one, but obviously let's use a prophecy one to make it even easier, right? Then we're losing easy access to frenzy charges and endurance. We would only have them for clearing, we wouldn't have them for bossing. Right, but if we do want these things up for bosses, then we would use an accumulator one. They're not too tricky to get in heist. But yeah, let's see, prophecy one and then a random shield, right? This is basically you use a recipe. You use a recipe to get +1 chaos spell skills, so that's free, right? We just use some gems to get that. That's 40% quality on a wand. So then you got that, and then you would hope to get one other damage stat and craft the other, right? So this is a 2-stat with a craft, right? So and I'll just walk through. Hopefully all the gear seems very fair for like early on, right? And then here we got a shield with life, +1 chaos spell, and spell damage. This is a little bit harder to get because chaos spell and shield you don't have a recipe for, so this is Reforged Chaos, so it involves farming harvest juice, but not a particularly crazy shield, right? And yeah, like you said, Recombinator will be good for this. I have chosen, you might have noticed, I've chosen not the best basis because I try to plan around early year, and there's a really high attribute requirement on the best bases, and they're a little bit rarer to drop. Whereas Hubris, Cardinal, Sorcerer, these are all they're very plentiful, right? It's very easy to, not a level 2 on in Craft with Essence. You can do that too. You can do that too. But yeah, these are all very easy to get bases, so they're kind of free to craft with your combinators, right? And I've also, for the most part, not chosen tier 1 mods. So you can see like tier 3 life, tier 2 ES, although like tier 1 here is very realistic, right? It's because it's level 51 to get. But just to make it look worse, I like making the build worse than it will be rather than the other way around. I always want my audience to have the feeling that the build looks worse than what it feels. Like I always want my audience to be like, wow, this actually like it looks even better than the POB. So 3-stat helmet. Obviously, we have no resist on everything. You wouldn't need resist, but we are running purity on this. Obviously, helps a lot as well. And then here, Cardinal Armor with some tier 3 stats and tier 2 suppression, which, by the way, you don't need specifically on this. You can craft suppression on shield. You can craft it on a few other things. You can get it implicit on gloves. And then the gloves as well, like basically like 2 or 3 stat gear on everything here. And then Amulet, this is most likely... Honestly, that's probably the most unrealistic gear I have, right? Because it's... Yeah. I mean, you'd be a lot more likely to have 50 life here. With 50 life, it would be a lot more realistic, though. Why all is yellow? So I don't like to do a unique gear. But with 50 life, this is very realistic. 98 life, a bit unrealistic. These are 1-stat rings, so obviously fine. And you would just need res. 2 device, life, and then a 2-stat jewel. 3-stat jewels. Ideally, I should be using 2 stats, really. But 2-stat jewels, obviously very... very easy. And then, most people don't do this, but I even made a bad cluster jewel. So this is a 2-stat with no stats on it, because I feel like getting the equivalent of this is extremely easy, right? Is this your league starter? No, I'm going snaking because I want to do well in the race. And ED is not something that can compete in the race. And so at level 93 with, in my opinion, very fair and pretty garbage gear, it's got 1.6 million damage so far. The only issue that we haven't solved so far is mana. So currently we would use a mana flask, but we want to find a way to go around that. For clearing, the mana on kill would be fine. It's a Vile Fisher of snaking. But yeah, 1.6 million damage with this gear, I think is very good in my opinion for a starter. And look at the tank. It's 5.5k raw life and 3.3k ES with evasion rating and ghost shred. So with potions, we'll probably have 40k. What about the 110 int you need? You can get that from a lapis amulet with int on it. And in a pinch, you could go up here. We have so many points. So that shouldn't be hard. Would unraveling be a big downgrade? No, and that would probably be what I would be recommending as a starter weapon because it's so common. You drop so many of it. Let's see how unraveling is. It's 1.4 million damage, but also helps with mana. And we would want power charges on for that. So that'll help with mana. Doesn't help that much. Oh, that's funny, Pupsy. So again, like golems die instantly, so I don't want to rely on them. Same with Animate Guardian as well. Does Leercast have mana regen on it?
Ryan Fromadid has just resubscribed for 2 months. 3.26.
No, it doesn't.
Thanks for
Isn't there a
everything you do
Leercast
for
that
the
does have
community.
mana on it? Isn't there a replica one? Replica Leercast. Why do I remember that? You and nearby allies have 30% increased mana regeneration rate. That would help a little bit. Isn't mana fixed with polymath? Or do you mean for bossing? I mean for bossing and single target. Mana leech doesn't work on dots. Damage is pretty low though, right? Sorry if that's a dumb question. It just seems low. I don't think 1.4 million on a league starter with garbage gear is low. Question mark. You're probably just used to seeing other people's POBs where they post min-max versions or padded ones. All my POBs have garbage gear. 162 without clarity. Yeah, we could probably fit a low level clarity, but it's pretty rough. It would help though. It does help a decent amount. How many wither stacks there? 15. You have double wither totem, so 15 will be up all the time. I don't have that open right now. I didn't save it. I was scared last league self, and it's not worse now. Well, actually, it is worse now. What's considered early, mid, and late game? I mean, it's individual for each player, right? It's just about your budget. For me, early is day 1, mid is day 1, 2 to 5, and late is like 6 onwards. Well, I don't know anything about Merc, so I can't like plan anything with my build around it. Like, we know so little about Mercs. They're also buffing Caster Tree. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is very good damage for the budget we're at. Right? This is already enough to kill all the Ubers. You maybe want 2 million for like Uber Elder.
For 111 months.
80, thank you for 111 months, dude.
So back.
We are so back. And the tank's decent too. Fist max at 21k, Ellie 63, Kiel's 39. Not a bad starter. Numbers are behind the camera. Oh. Yeah, it's annoying. I'll be here. It's 1.4 million damage. And then if you get a good Cane of Krulamac, you could probably pump that to 2. Thank you, Quaddles. 80, thank you for the 111 month race. So, are you gonna play this league? That's a long time, dude. Just remember when a streamer says day 1, they're usually talking 16 hours straight. More like 30, but yeah. Oh, nice, ED. That's awesome, dude. How far would you expect this build to go? I would never want to do Ubers on a channeling build. I can do everything except Ubers because people were doing that on hardcore last season.
Feeny_V
Feeny,
just
thank you for the 12.
subscribed for 12 months. Woohoo.
How's the stomach doing? Exclamation health. Lance, play this in 324. Yeah. Ruiner, thank you for the 1 year.
552 just resubscribed for 12 months.
Yeah, this is Blight of Contagion. %, of the time channeling for max tech uptime? Yeah.
__ just resubscribed for 4 months. Loved your content always.
How does Blight of Contagion work compared to default Blight? So, you're channeling on the enemy, or well, you cast Contagion and then you start channeling on the enemy, and it stacks very fast. And it spreads the Blight debuff as if you were doing ED.
Checks_ just gifted 10 subs.
Thank you for the sub for 4 months and 10 gifted. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. All your money will go to more colonoscopies and stuff. Thanks. I appreciate it. If you could make it 10 to 20 million DPS, it would be insane. I'm pretty confident you could make it to 10. We should make a min-max version now. I'm gonna go toilet. And then we're gonna look at a min-max version. Be right back.
King Pirata Ninja just resubscribed for 14 months.
Alright. Let's min-max. So, if you're still here, the guy who was asking about min-max, we're gonna min-max the build now. Min-max. So now we're gonna put on, like, at least borderline dream gear. We're gonna put on borderline dream gear. Right, so better cluster. 4 stat jewels. Do, 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 do. All right. Anathema. All right. We're removing efficacy from power. Don't even know if we're using Empire. Barely worth it. It is barely worth it. It depends. Like, basically, we're using Empower if we have a Cane of Coolamat. And if it's good. One more node to uncheck in the right side cluster, I believe. Thanks. Do 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 do. Let's see. We still need to have a lot of this, I think. We also need this now. I might just need this in the live version too. The time to listen to me whine. Let's see. We're gonna change a lot here. We will probably want AoE. We want a lot of masteries. Very similar to my old DD builds now. There, sadly we don't have Zealot's Oath, which sucks. I don't need those anymore. We maybe don't need this. Let's see. How are we on gem slots for this? Just do like a random ring for now. Let's see. We might need a loathing helmet. How do you choose what it is? Where? How do I just have to edit it? Manual edit? Oh, okay. We could use a loathing helmet too. Can we fit that? This might work. We could maybe do a double loathing helmet. Gonna be hard to get a proper min-max one then. It's gonna be very hard to get a good one. Probably more like 400 if we're gonna get one at all. I still wanna have some realism. Probably only one. There. Yeah, so what we're doing now is we're min-maxing the build, seeing what it'll look like. At least these are easy to make. That's a really nice thing for the build. The fact that you can make perfect armors cheaply and easily. That is a really nice thing. Yeah, Nifu. Hi, Scott. I was so hoping for big dot buffs. 42% isn't big enough for you? And that's just on the skill? I don't know, I feel like 42% is pretty big, no? Yeah, I'm not a big occultist fan. Also the new passive tree nodes that we haven't seen? Yeah. Hi, Foxy. Wait, if we use this... Yeah, we just don't know them yet. What did I want to do? I wanted to do something else. Oh, I don't need this then. I don't need the frenzy charge thing. I do that aura effect. A lot of faith. Alright. Dude, it's so good to be back to doing builds and stuff. It feels so good. Feels cozy, yeah. Yeah. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. It feels like being home. Mm. Are they out of suppression? What am I on? 89. Hey, that works. Song name Torn. Do, do, do. Dancing in the moonlight. Do, do. Why is my reservation so bad? Maybe I just can't use discipline. Hmm. Who sings this? Me, I do. Why is my mana so bad? Have I fucked on the app? No. Cluster? No, there's no cluster. Dancing in the moonlight. Crystal Bell. Crusader. Do 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 do.
Lataxo just subscribed.
Thank you. Thank you, yes. Start making their own builds. Start deconstructing builds and understand what gives it damage. Latoxo, thank you. Uh, okay. Everybody. Where do I put light of meaning? Probably here. A lot of damage. Wild Blight adds a lot of damage, yeah. And obviously Cane of Kulamak is one of the bigger damage jumps. We just don't know what they've done to it. They're changing Kane. Yeah, I mean, they're changing all the unveiled items. They're adding unique mods to them, so we don't know if it's getting anything good or anything bad. And they can go to 4 stats now. We have 9 more points. I don't know what it would take though. High above me. What's the life mastery for? I'm not supposed to have it. We're still fixing. Transfiguration soul is nice. We could need Serenity though. I think we do need Serenity. Or an Enlighten. I need Serenity or Enlighten. I'd rather fit Enlighten. Uh... Were they 0? Are you kidding me? This is with a loathing helmet. Okay. I actually need to anoint a Serenity. That sucks. But level 4 and 9 so cursed. Maybe we don't even run disc. I think we just have this for Val disc. Oh, this doesn't even do anything, does it? Well, it's fine. $8.2 KS.
Hello_guys just resubscribed for 45 months. 45 years already?
Thanks, Oliviana. Thank you. Hey guys, thank you for the 45 months. Don't tax so, thank you for the sub. This is without potions. Maybe we get tranquility again. Wait, what's tranquility? Oh, right. Yeah. I don't know. The mana's so hard. Let's see. Maybe. Mana region 61 now. Mana cost 25, 195 per. Still probably will need Enduring Mana Flask. What's the highest CPS anyone got it on softcore? So that's probably, oh, that's similar to what I have. That's on Occultist and Deal Wielding. Nah, this is useless for me. It's hard to hit 10. It's hard to hit 10. I mean, 6 million isn't bad. And it's still not crazy expensive. We could Deal Wield on this too. Yeah, Trickster's very tanky. You get a lot of evasion in this too. Look, we don't even have potions on. I do have 2 clusters. We still have 9 points. That's pretty expensive for 6 million. It is a lot of work for what you get. This isn't worth it though. And you drop Purity of Ellie for Ancestral Vision and avoid all. Maybe. But that doesn't give us that much. But yeah, we could maybe do that. Medium clusters. Yeah. Let's see. Wait. Oh. These are 3 set jewels. I was gonna do it with 4. You can get reservation on jewels. $60 quality on infused channeling simulates the buff. Oh, I hadn't thought about that. Thank you. Oh, but that's just damage, right? That's substantial. It's 1,000 more. Only the Light of Meaning is expensive here? Yeah. But I don't know what else expensive stuff to put in it, because I'm trying to, like, look at the end game. Day 2 snaking DPS, or? Nah, snaking doesn't get 7.5 million on day 2. The Maven Belt? Well, that only works on ailments. When I looked at PoE Ninja, I see some people using Graven's Secret to get +1 power charge to get temp chains. Unfortunately, it does. Link me at day 1. Link me at day 1, 7 million DPS. Snaking. That was probably me on PoE Ninja. Wait, Shibo. It is you! I'm looking at you! You're one of the people I've been looking at. It's you! What do you think, Shiba? You played it in 325. What do you think about it for 326, and how was it for 325? So I was helping Devin a lot with his. Also, how do you feel about mana? I see that you're using an Enduring Mana Flask, which I hate. Isn't that cancer for bossing? Ooh, Timeless Jewels. I haven't looked at that. There's not many good caster Timeless, though. Blight's more damage. ED doesn't have damage. It was amazing. Everybody should play. I can show some tier 16 real quick if you want. Yeah, sure. Call me on Discord. I was focused on deli farming, but how was it for bossing? But yeah, you can call me on Discord and we'll show it off. Yeah, actually, thank you. What's your say? Hello.
Hello. I'm opening the game.
I hear
It's been a
you.
minute since anyone's played 325, so we'll see if I hit some of the buttons.
Nice. Alright, this is Shibo chat. He's going to show us some of the gameplay from 325. So this is prior to getting buffed by 42%, probably more. It'll probably be more like 60% because we don't know about the new nodes. And Kano Kulamak is
I also
probably buffed.
I also didn't bother focusing on DPS as much as like
Cooler
movement
Nash just
speed and
gifted 10
clearability
subs.
and stuff.
Yeah. Julie, thank you for the 10
Because I was
gifted.
doing like sub 1 minute.
Are you using your
maps when I was
discipline, by the way, or not, right?
I am.
Why do you only have 8.3? Oh, okay. Never mind. You're in town. I couldn't fit discipline.
Maybe
Alright.
I'm not.
Okay, thank
No, I'm
fuck.
not.
I was so
I'm just using
confused. I was
ball
looking
discipline.
at your POV and I was like, there's no way he's fitting discipline.
I'm not. Hold on. Let me grab myself a map. Oh god.
Oh, thanks, Beats. Yes, this is the Kulamac, which we don't fully know what's happening with, but you wouldn't use that at start anyway, because you need an Empower to use Kulamac. You can use Dying Breath as a starter, or an Acclamator 1, or whatever they're called. How was
Oh,
this
that's
for
not-
bosses?
I didn't do Uber bosses or anything in this.
No, I would never advertise this for Ubers. I meant more like Pinnacles like Maven, Uber Elder.
That was fine.
Okay.
I was able to do them all on my own before I was like max gear.
Yeah.
Let me see if I have my.
And you're on hardcore, right?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, level 100 hardcore.
Who's in the mic? This is Shiba, who's playing Bladder Contagion last patch. Wow. That is wild.
That's crazy that just happened. Ain't no way.
Poor guy's probably been waiting for someone to log in with that for sale for months.
That's so true.
So are you going this in the next patch?
I wish. I love this build. I've been a day 1
12
ED
just
Contagion enjoyer for like a
resubscribed for
literal
2
decade.
months.
But I made a rule for myself: if I hit 100, I have to stop playing a
That's
build.
fair.
So
That's fair.
no more of this for me.
Thank you, 8-Bit. Thank you for the sub. Saw that poor guy's Joel. True. Alright, let's see.
Oh, I didn't put a delirium in this map. That's really depressing.
It's alright. And the clear is JC.
I'm also running at 5 frames per second. So
Yeah. So good.
if anybody wants to watch anything.
So this is getting buffed by 42% more damage, chat. Oh, the boss died.
The boss died back there, but
Yeah, that was fast.
yeah, it's very good. Let me pop one more in that has delirium in it because that's the fun part.
Okay.
Everybody should run delirium scarabs. I'm not going to do it this week. You should do it. They're very nice.
How cost is the gear? This is pretty maxed. You don't have a level 4 in power, right? I do.
I do.
So
Level
this is like
31.
40D gear,
Contagion.
maybe? Did you have a lighter meaning? I can't remember.
I do.
How much was it when you
right
bought
here.
it?
It was really cheap, like 10 div or something.
Okay.
By the way, I think you're being suppressed cap baited by this.
Oh yeah, I think you're right.
Okay. Delirium, please.
Cult is probably more damage, less tank. But this isn't an ability to go for damage anyway.
Yeah, it's not what it's for. If you want dot cap, you should go like Molten Strike or something.
Yeah.
This is...
Yeah, were you doing tier
This is not
17s at
that.
all with this?
Yeah, but I don't want to risk it a year off of playing.
Yeah. Tier 17s are very deadly on hardcore.
It definitely took a lot more focus doing tier 17s.
Why so high curse limit? He's running Punishment, Enfeeble, Time Chains, and Despair in his Bane.
Yeah. Many curse Bane. Because every curse that Bane applies gives you a damage multiplier on Bane.
Yeah. Huh.
Think.
Oh, the clear is so nice.
It's amazing.
Where do you get an explosion from? Oh, you have a medium cluster, don't you?
You should look at my clusters again. Yeah.
Oh, that's disgusting.
Yeah, the medium cluster is absolutely nuts.
This Clary's, while they'll never buff it to have a good single target, is 42% more damage. Is quite a lot. Plus all the other changes. I mean, I think I'll definitely recommend it as a starter.
Yeah, it's just and then if anybody needs a reason to run Delirium.
Nice. That's fast. What about for SSF though? You could run this as SSF.
For sure. And when I was running it like in League, I was doing less than a minute per map. So I wasn't
That's really nice.
noob. Yeah.
That's...
I've got for clear I've got 3 unspeakable gifts. One on this large, one on this large, and then one on this megalomaniac.
Yeah, that megalomaniac is disgusting.
Literal 3-stat megalomaniac for this build.
I want to see the hardcore version. This is level 100 in hardcore. Hardcore settlers.
Yeah, that's it.
And I guess you don't need the belt. Like, do you rely on your belt at all for tank?
I really like it. I couldn't find another belt that I wanted to wear.
Yeah, it's just crystal. Crusader crystal is the only other thing.
And this one gives me % int on the corruption, so.
Yeah, do you want to show us like a Eater Worlds or something? Or Maven?
Oh, I mean, I guess I
You have
could.
one. Don't die though.
Yeah, I probably shouldn't. Nah. I haven't logged into PoE1 in literally 8 months. So
That's fair.
I'd rather keep this guy in hardcore.
How was the like were you able to like kill it on 1 mana pool, or did you have to like leave for mana?
Yeah, no problem. I mean, look, when the duration of Bloody Contagion is 5 seconds without temp chains applied. And temp chains gives a ton more duration on it.
Yeah.
And so this is fully stacked on the boss. And my mana comes back fast enough
Wait, that fast?
to be using mobility skills. Yeah.
Oh
That
shit.
is fully stacked. That's fully stacked. And then you pop temp chains on them. It's fully stacked for 10 seconds. You can run around doing whatever you want.
Wow.
So
Okay,
some
that
mana
changes
regen.
a lot. That's really nice.
I have the Enduring Flask because it like feels nice to do this, but you absolutely don't need to be doing this in any circumstances. Really, what you should be doing is like applying max and then doing your other damage stuff like the Wither Totems, the Bane. You know.
You don't really need a mana flask.
I also got Vol Blight of Contagion, but that was a waste, I think. I would actually literally rather have 21, 23 than have Vol Blight of Contagion because the Vol Blight isn't Blight of Contagion. It's regular Blight. It doesn't stack. It doesn't stack with Fall Blight or with Blight of Contagion. So it like almost literally does nothing.
Yeah, that sucks.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you for showing us that.
Yeah, no problem.
Here, while I have you here,
With your POB, yeah, that's it.
I wanna show you. Did you look at the cheap gear I made? I'll screen share with you.
I did, yeah.
What do you think of the cheap gear? Realistic?
I think it looks great. Yeah, I was saying that literally everybody should league start this if you're not running the race because it's so fast. Getting to like level 95 is going to be easy in a couple of days. You're not going to be killing the Uber bosses first, but you're going to be in a good place on the market and blasting T16s before pretty much anybody else.
All right, cool. Well, that makes me feel a lot better about the build. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Yeah, you're welcome.
All right, everyone say thanks to Shibo. Bye. Thank you.
Bye. Don't get beta bed void barrier.
All right. Okay, I'm sold for recommending this. And then you do ED Contagion early. You do ED Contagion Blight on 4 links. Wait. What are the new rune clusters thing? That could affect this too. Who's he? He was the guy that was playing this build last season, and he was in my chat, and he was one of the POBs I had open anyway. Whenever you're trying to figure out a build and what you want to do, the best thing you can do is, I usually look at hardcore because softcore doesn't matter, because you can just sacrifice any defense there to get damage. But this is what I do, and then I list by damage, and then I look through. So I looked at like Devin, Court, and Shibo, Tutu. I just look at like top 5, and I see like, does anyone have any like unrealistic stuff? Like for example, this, right? I can't put this in a build guide because no one is fucking getting that. I forgot to mention, use item rarity on Contagion. Yeah, I usually do that. That is very good. The thing is wild. Yeah, so like that's unrealistic. And then you'll look at like everybody else, and like you'll see like what are most people doing? Is somebody doing something different? If so, why? Like I helped Devin a lot with this build last season. And obviously the main problem was single target, but like even like Devin got it to level 100 and loved it. So lots of people do. Have you thought whether this can be played as Elementalist? The golem running 48 dot mode? No, I haven't looked at Elementalist at all. That was hardcore trade. Is that the Devin Nash? Yeah, he's one of my best friends. It is the Devin Nash. And the new Kane. Okay, so what are the downsides? The big downside we were looking at was mana looked cancer. After watching Shibo play, mana no longer looks cancer. Really good, right? So upsides, we get 42% more damage. This was already a good build last league. It was already also third upside. I can make the cringiest returning intro that you have ever seen. It would be pure unadulterated cringe. Essence of cringe. Oh, I have such a good idea. Such a good idea. Just for the intro. Yeah, no, honestly, Shiba, thank you for showing me that. That made me feel a lot more confident about recommending it to people. So we level... Do you think you get a level with Slinger? When you're at the 4-link stage? I think you could. Like Soul Rend and Essence Drain, and then Blight on a 4-link for single target. Why though? It's so Z DPS. You don't need damage for the campaign, though. I used to like Slinger, but man, it doesn't work anymore like it used to. I just don't know if I can bring myself to do Slinger until they remove the mana requirement. I do ED Contagion and regular Blight, yeah. Yeah, I think that's the play. Waggle had it in his video. Okay. 326 build concepts. Oh, hold on. YouTube doesn't hear this.
And again, I've like no real specifics planned out about it, but Chaos Dot Spellslinger. And I just have this character to kind of show off the mechanics of if people haven't seen Chaos Dot Spellslinger. Specifically with Essence Drain, Contagion, and Soul Rend. So again, this is not a real character.
What mana requirement for Slinger you're referring to? So the fun, awesome, really cool part with Slinger is that not only does it require a gem link and reserve your mana, but it fires the mana cost of each spell used on top of that.
Just to show how the gems function mechanically. I think you should be able to play this from like level 28. I think it should be very playable.
I have sent them a message. 2 or 3 days ago going like, why though? So I know they're looking at it. So there's a non-zero chance it gets fixed before launch. There's a non-zero. Because I was like, why though? And they were like, I don't know.
and it will probably fall off too much in damage eventually, and then
Yeah.
maybe you would like transition to just a regular Chaos Dot build, maybe with Blight of Contagion.
I think
I've
you're
heard
just
good
better off
things about that
doing
gem. I haven't
ED
played it
from the
myself,
start.
but it got buffed pretty heavily. And Chaos Dots in general, even with the buffs, I don't think again are going to be that crazy. I don't think farming
Okay.
Uber.
Yeah, you won't be farming Ubers. Now, the issue is, can we get it above 6 or 7? Is there anything I've missed? We only have one more point, which I think I have a master on almost everything. You still have a life wheel. I still have a life wheel. I have energy mastery for 10% less fizz, I think. Yeah. Get that, guys, Megalomaniac. We can get one more medium plus there. Bruh. Okay, so if you're level 100, bruh, you get to 8.1. Do you have dot multi on rings? A ring. No, my ring is pretty shit. Okay, let's say that what's the ring called? The thing with the stuff. No, not highlight. What's the Hogwork? I think that's it. I mean, there are influence. There is influence that. Ooh! We could Shaper Slam this now. Technically. Like, our best in slot ring. Is it on Elder? Am I cracked in the head? I swear you could get spell damage or something on rings. I don't have music right now. Where'd my music go? Is it Hunter? No. Whatever. There's not that much fun stuff we can get on a ring. Or maybe it is Crusader the spell. It is Crusader the spell. So this would be our like bis ring. Puts it as 8.7. Do you think this can do tier 17? On softcore, yeah. I wouldn't do it on hardcore. This is pretty much bis. Forbidden Flame and Flesh is so unrealistic.
For 86 months. Good build
I don't even think you have
Theorycraft
anything really big that you can get. No, this is everything applied. What do you think will be the strongest league start for champion? EA? I think that you could probably have slams and stuff do better than EA. I think EA will be good though. Yeah, we put Crusader on it. It'll be easy to craft the gear on SSF with old reclams? Yes. All the gear is easy to craft. The only thing that's tricky on this is Light of Meaning, all the clusters. I have 4 stat jewels in this version. Cogwork ring would be hard. And we don't know about the Kulamag. Yeah, we could run a helical ring too. Cogwork's very common though. Light of Meaning is not that hard to farm? No. What's the button rotation for this? So I would press E for Contagion, and then I would right click for Blight. There's no Wither Duel anymore. They removed that from the game. I'm pretty sure we're very... I think we're over full. I think I might even need to unset. Because I don't have my Contagion set up. I think I need to unset ring. Yeah, money. If the race wasn't on, I think I'd be league starting this. Or what is Essence Drain here? Oh, when you're on a 4-link. It's not used. I'm starting snaking because of the race, yeah, for sure. Like I wanna try the race. I wanna do the race. How's your SST starter from before? It is a fucking amazing build that got nerfed really hard due to a bug. So we had accidentally 99% block. It was literally immortal. It could not die. It had a 99% block by accident. It had triple lucky. It's still good, yes. It's very low damage. It's very low damage. It was only 98.5 block, true. I felt so goddamn cute, yeah. Oh, so funny. I was like, as soon as I got that note, I was like, I'm not taking damage anymore. Yo, Benda, thank you for the 86 months. Good build, Theorycraft. When? We're working on it. The new gem wouldn't be for glad though. Decay is never good. I don't think. So it doesn't stack at all. Could you please link this? Well, I'll make an actual guide for it. That'll be on YouTube. Theorycraft a Merc? I'm not gonna bother with Mercs at all until we have the data mine stuff. I'm not gonna... Mercs are a hassle. Viper Strike and the Mamba still playable? Yeah, it should be, right? Yes. So we're gonna be... Okay. So build guides wise, Sai is working on updating EA Glad SST / rate wave of conviction. And maybe post one if Sai gets time. I'm working on Essence Drain. I will also be making a snaking video to show you my snake. But it's fucking everyone has a snaking video, I'm sure, right? And it's gonna be like no difference between any of them. It's like a public domain build. But I like having a video about the build that I'm gonna play, you know what I mean? So there's no reason for me not to make one. Somebody, I asked earlier, somebody showed me a snaking POV that has 7 million damage on day 1 gear. Because people are like, yeah, it has that on day 1. I'm like, it doesn't. It does not have 7 million on day 1, but go show me that build anyway. I already did one snaking run. It's pretty fun. It's fun, yeah. Someone showed me a day 1 7 million snake. Bubgun has it? Okay, show me the day 1 7 million snake. I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I'm saying I want to see it. Okay, 7 million. Wait, this is in fact 7 million on day 1. Wow. Never mind, this skill's fucking retarded. Wow. Why is Comes Primacy so fucking good? Holy shit. To be fair though, you are still fine with that one because you have 4 million damage. Check party buffs. I don't use party buffs. I can't even remember where they are. Link skills? No, wait, what is this? I don't see anything in party buffs. Check the rage is 200,000. This just makes it max. Like, it doesn't matter. You just write in a number. It doesn't change anything. It just makes it rage cap. Okay, this was way beyond what I expected. You won't have Tanuahi on SSF or Comes Primacy, but that's still gonna be correct. But 55 rage? Yeah, that's fine. Well, if you have Tanuahi, you're permanent adrenaline. Okay, yeah, this is definitely the starter. And I'm guessing this is quite squishy. Yeah, it's squishy as fuck. It's also level 94. This is no tank, but you could probably get this to like 3 million. Okay. Way better than what I was expecting though. Ben did an 11-hour SSF run and farmed the Axe. How's he farming the Axe? So you're not doing strong burst. Is it just the div card? Yeah, it'd probably work on Slayer and Champion. 28k effective April. Well, I would make a hardcore version that has like 2 million damage. Gold farm. Oh, shit. That's cool. It's not 7 million day one. No, this is, well, okay, for me, this is day one if I played softcore. But I wouldn't play this on softcore. I mean, hardcore. I would be a tankier version. But this is, I mean, this is good. People also has no life on gear. People weren't exaggerating. This is great. Oh my god, it has flat fizz and everything. It is very optimized for damage. Oh, it has Carnage? Bruh. But still, it can be like 2 million DPS on day one on hardcore. This is really nice. It's a volcanic fissure of snaking. This is really nice. But yeah, I mean, I'll be stealing from, I'll be making even tankier versions of Ben. Like, Steel as well as talking about like Ben's version is a little bit like, don't fuck up. Especially with new content, you want to fuck up. I don't know, is Cole playing this league? That's Earth. Ben is weapon swapping, only primacy on bosses. It's too slow for mapping. That makes sense. I'll probably do the same. It is very slow. He said no PoE1 after 2. That's fair. Co doesn't like PoE1 anymore and refused to sponsor. Damn. That's fair. Wouldn't Slayer be better for hardcore? Nah, the Berserker has so many tanky things now. But yeah, I mean, I would have to borderline have brain damage not to start this if I actually want to do the race. Like, I don't really have a choice. And hopefully you guys will still want me to compete. I mean, no, there's no I mean. It would be like playing any other build and be like, yeah, guys, I'm totally racing. Someone else is in tier 16s and I'm still in the campaign. Need to farm the gem? That's not a problem. Last night, Ben was considering Mana Man being better for the race, but Archmage? Archmage is untouched. The gear is so much more cringe, though. The thing is, I feel very comfortable with the gearing on this. I think build comfort is like I'm going to be extremely comfortable playing this. I also think this is safer than Man Man. For sustain. I think this is better sustain. What kind of year do you have to have 1.4 million? This is 4.9 right now. Do you mean on the ED? That had very low gear for 1.4 million. Also, high outstreaks. Where's my POV? Is it under here? Wait, is this? Oh yeah, this is it. This was what I had. So like very basic gear. For Blight of Contagion to have 1.4 million DPS, which is, by the way, really nice. I know there's a lot of POBs out there that are showing like 10 to 100 million DPS. Wow, this is wearing garbage and you'll feel good. That's what I go for with my guides. I don't want to bait you with flashy numbers. Is Blood of Contagion viable in Occultist too? Yeah. Yeah. You can look at Occultist on PoE Ninja. What do you expect the price of the gem to be? An hour in Merc Lab? You're a great streamer, not paid. Dot cap or bust? This is not getting anywhere near dot cap. This is easy to gear. What do you think about Uber Dance builds? They're a sham and nobody should visit that channel. I don't understand how that channel is not permabanned. I hate that somebody's using AI to impersonate Dan and tarnish his name. Is it bad info too? Yeah. I mean, it's a rage bait channel. Yes, I'll be racing or I wouldn't be playing snaking. What's happening? There's a guy called, with a YouTube channel called Uber Dan that's impersonating Uber Dan. Using an AI slop thing. Like, Uber Dan already has his own YouTube channel. He just doesn't make content. What would you play if you didn't race? ED Contagion. I would only play that for like... I think I would only play ED Contagion for like a week, though. Unless I really love it. People in the comment actually thinks it's Dan, too. Well, if you comment anything else, he deletes those comments. Is it satire? No. It's just using his name. He changed the name after reports of impersonating? Right. I mean, he deletes all the comments. He has a few other rage bait channels too, like the like Exile Mage and stuff like that. Spellslinger, you could look at Spellslinger, but I don't think I'll recommend that. What do you think of Venti Incinerate? Yeah, a lot of the tunneling skills could be interesting this thing. Even lightning tendrils. Yeah, I'll be having a minion collab with Helmbreaker. This is self-cast. I just know Frostbolt's got nerfed a lot. I don't trust build creators I can't see on Twitch talking about their builds. That is a really good, rule. What kind of minion in the collab? I'll send you to pass from again. Chaos Minion Army. Holy, are you the PoE 2 sissy that everybody talks about? Can you show me how big your arm muscles are? Rawr. But the boss damage is Dodo Water. 1.4 million on garbage gear. We could not get it much above 8. So it's a bad bosser. Right, I want to toilet. I'll be right back. Did her on his birthday. Daddy doesn't know. Daddy doesn't know. All right. That looks fun though. ED starter. Okay. What a goated shirt. This is the basic one? Oh yeah. Oh, I guess it's an old one. I didn't think about how old this is. This must be like 10 years old. Sure, POV. I'll make a guide for you, a full one. It's an ancient relic. It was funny, my son saw my tattoo today. And then he was like, I want a tattoo. And I was like, okay, you can have a tattoo. Because we have like these like, you know, the like water tattoos. So I put a tattoo on him. Oh, nice still. Rub-ons? Temporary tattoos? Yeah. Elementless guy? No, but we're doing one. Alright. I think that's enough theory crafting for today. I want to do a little bit of practice too. Oh yeah, MP tweeted something really cool. This is the map for the next season. See that still? Oh, hello, Nova. Oh, hello, right? That's funny. Champion 45 gonna be decent, right? I think it'll be decent. This is cool. Kill.
It would be wrong to
It would be wrong to do that, yeah. Back to the dunes for me? Oh, nice. Oh, you mean on the map. I thought you meant you were playing Dune. I'm gonna play Dune on the 10th for a few hours. I didn't want to do like an early access sponsorship. So I said I'd wait till it's out. When do you swap to snaking? When you get it. I think you can swap when you get it. Don't know if you need anything. Oh, wait. Do we have Mesa? Dude, this feels so good to play.
I cannot do this here.
Oh, I don't think I've done this. Coming back to— I know, that's what I said earlier. Feels like coming home. And right, so using Sunder. Yeah, I mean, I love rotations though in the meta, so I'm happy. This is Thunder right now. PoE1 feels like some janky 20-year-old game now. Can't play it. No, it does not. Feels way better than PoE2 in my opinion, but
Shine boldly.
yeah, because of the race. If I wasn't racing, I would be going ED. Jesus Christ. This weapon is so fucking cracked. I got so lucky. What's the fucking damage on my weapon? Let me put it in POB real quick. I don't even know quality on that. It's fucking 430 PTPS at level 52. That's obscene. He used Axe, I think, for the rage nodes. You want to be angry? PoE2 is shit. No, I just prefer PoE1. It just has more depth in it. Like, PoE2 needs to catch up, basically. It'll come with time. But it's also made for more casual players, and I'm not a casual player. So, it just needs time.
Now, always keep your eyes on the
My macro's
horizon.
off. I don't need a macro for this. Racing ruins League Start. Everyone is practicing and playing the same build. Racing enhances League Start. Everyone is practicing and playing the same build. So you have to see how well people do. Even better, dude. That's a good thing, not a bad thing. Man, honestly, maybe I should be using faster attacks instead of Fist of War. Yeah, hardcore solo is so fun. I love when we're racing. How do you do Frostbang? It's on my second bar on mouse button 5. Gotta remember, you can use your second bar without holding control or anything. Fuck, I don't have a POB for... I had a POB for my practice run. Wait, Steel sent me his POB. I'll just open that because I closed mine. And he stole from Ben, so I'm yanking from Steel, who yanked from Ben. Do. Doesn't matter where I connect right now. We got Fortify. Are you gonna watch the Xbox showcase? No. A huge damage upgrade? No, I don't really care about console. Not my thing. Yeah, you don't have to hold control to use the second bar. Just keep bind it to whatever you want. And some mouse button 5. You will have an EI League starter. Xbox is PC too? Ah. Okay. I don't know. Usually my viewers tell me what game came out that I would be excited for. When is it? I don't know. At the moment, to relax, I've mostly been playing DayZ. Why is this thing not dying? Wait, I'm so confused. Blocks attacks. Oh my god. Could we not? Wait, now I must have been playing DayZ to relax upstream. How will snaking be for tier 17s? Very good. Like, there's a reason everyone's going snaking for the boss race. It's so weird, like, how people complain about boss races in PoE. Because I imagine people aren't watching, like, NASCAR or, like, Formula 1 and being like, why is everyone in cars? Like, I feel like people would just look at you weird if you're complaining that there's no one on a fucking bicycle. I guess people do look at you weird in PoE too, but still. Because it literally is the same thing. Aren't you racing with 3 wheels? Yeah, it's like, I feel like PoE is one of the few places. Same with like, people watching a Counter-Strike tournament aren't complaining about like why people are using guns. Why do we get this so much in PoE? It's so annoying.
I cannot carry this.
Well, this is under.
Consideration and hesitation. The former is wisdom, the latter.
Definitely gonna have to do a few more practice days. I'm also probably gonna do everything explained for this build. I'm so tempted to do everything explained for ED Contagion. Even though I won't have the buffs by then. What map do you play in DayZ? Namask. Usually. Sometimes Livonia, but most Livonia servers die too fast. Yeah, I'll think about it. I think tomorrow I'll do PoE University. I think I'll do that tomorrow. And then maybe like Monday or Tuesday, do some Everything Explains. I've been streaming less leading up to the launch, but I feel more out of practice. I want to play a bit more than I normally do. I normally like try to relax a lot / do shit out videos. So similar to Diablo 3, is it better? It depends what you want. For most people, it's better. Well, if you just want to go home from work and right click and you don't want to challenge, then D3 is better. Because it gives you like pretty fun player fancy stuff. Especially if you're not going to play the game for very long, like 20-30 hours. If you're going to play a game for a few hundred hours, then PoE is like champ. Yeah, I love new player guides. Nice, Cash. Welcome, dude. Ralakesh. Oh shit, I just realized I was logged in the entire time I was reacting, so my playtime's all fucked now. I was logged in for like 4 hours. Almost 5. It's my played now. It's for like 2 hours or something. Definitely do sub 4 hour campaign on this though, that's nice. Since it's ready to Mentor, I haven't looked at a single POV for it. Normally it's been pretty expensive to get working, so it's like one of the nicer skills, but you have to invest so much in it. And it did get buffed, so it will be less of an investment now. Still a large one though. I don't know if it's a good league starter. Could be. Before it's been more like forced to use totems. I need one more. Oh, it's here. Did I miss the Twitch drop helmet? Yeah. I haven't claimed mine yet, I forgot. It's very easy to get the gem. You just use Thunder until then, which SEC is obviously very strong. Breathbit's pretty rare. Very rarely find one. Very zoomy. Feels good to leave some. I really feel if I get a this good weapon, faster attacks is just a play because you don't need the damage. But to play, this is Sunder right now. The day before? Oh, I can't remember about the challenge rewards.
I cannot do this yet.
Yay, we found it. Yes, we're making SST starter.
What? Fare
Yes,
you well.
sir. Wow, it's an insane 100.
Always keep your eyes on the horizon.
Less than an hour when it's only one.
Yes, I think there's an Asmeri. Keep your life to your own.
Any mastery here that we want? Oh, that one looks juicy. Like that. Yeah. More rage next. More anger. I'm angry. Is the PoE showcase SST a new gem? Yeah. What are they called again? Something on T, right? Tractorin gems or something? Tractor gems. It feels amazing to play, and it'll be safer tomorrow during the campaign. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I can get my campaign down to sub 4 hours on this. Easily. On hardcore. Well, the say so, yeah. I'm so excited for League Start. I don't think I've been this excited in a while. This is what happens when they like give us nothing for a year. It's been so long. It has been so long. Half of us are just gonna bust when the servers come up.
Over here.
I don't know what Karn's playing. Do you think he's playing Night King? I don't know if he's playing Slayer or Berserker. DDD did a redemption art. Yeah, I mean, I was surprised that people lost faith in them. They're not Blizzard. They're pretty spoiled. Karn is a Slayer. Ah, that. Are you kidding me? I would love if this was hardcore. Probably don't need to, but that was bullshit. Good thing I'm OP. Keep it, spider. We're in the age where nobody has any patience anymore. Yeah, that's very true. That is very true. At the point where I should start putting like surfer videos under my fucking build guides. Oh, this is doomy anyway. By the way, the most important thing is that I beat Steel Mage, which shouldn't be that hard. But the most important thing is that I beat Steel, just like the last Epoch race. Maybe I should beat him the same way. Do you think his girlfriend would poison him for the race? It's worth asking.
Son. See you.
Hello there.
Steel is fat, Steel is skinny as fuck. He's skinnier than me and I'm 73 kilos. I am about to lose so much weight, chat. I am about to lose so much weight. Are you on Ozempic? No, I'm on crippling stomach diseases. So I can't really eat anymore. I haven't eaten today. I've had 2 bottles of Huel. So far I'm on 800 calories. It's like Ozempic, but free. True. Where does someone get some of that? I can shit into your mouth. Maybe it's contagious. You don't want this, trust me. I have like 6 different stomach diseases now. They're like Pokemon to me. I have diverticulitis, colitis, IBS, Barrett's esophagus, and a hernia. Don't drink soda, kids. I'm still gonna drink Red Bull now and again. It's so funny. I was asking because I was waiting for a dietitian to get back to me, so I was just humoring myself and asking AI for some questions, and I was like, what would be some good candies that I can still eat that aren't gonna fuck me? Can I still eat Skittles? And I'm like, yeah, it's like, yeah, you can still eat Skittles. So I'm like, nom nom nom, eating some Skittles. As long as you're avoiding the sour version. As I'm eating the sour version, I'm like, fuck me, dude. How do you leave the house with those diseases? I generally don't like going outside or being far away from a toilet. Mercury's Originals? Can't eat those. I'm also I'm also lactose intolerant. Actually, I'm lactose racist. Not saying it's the same, but I have IBS too, and it fucking sucks. Sorry for what you're going through. I miss having just IBS. Those were the days. Are you sure your stomach even developed? Yeah, apparently. I need it though, still. I'm literally like a level 5 evolution. I live on yogurt and whole grain rice. I don't know. I'll be fine. I had bacon the other day and no reaction, so... As long as I can eat bacon, it's like enough to not ulta for. It also just seems like... Sometimes things will fuck me up and then I just go on Huel for a few days and don't eat for 2 or 3 days and then I can eat whatever I want again. Well, ideally I shouldn't. And I shouldn't have alcohol. Oh, that was funny. I was asking also AI what would be the easiest thing to drink, and they were like, vodka and gin is good. Just stay away from sour things. But all my drinks I drink are sour. Tell me. Uses download filter. I think it'll be garbage, the new Ignite node. I don't like it. Starting to see the root of the cause here. Oh, no, it's 100% self-inflicted. 100%. It's basically soda and sedentary lifestyle is why I'm fucked. Well, also being ignored by doctors for being young. But yeah. Like, if I never drank Coca-Cola, I would probably not have stomach issues. I wish I could go back in time and tell me not to drink Coke. Or at least not live off it. Graphic settings? Yeah. I'm slamming for the race and then going eating Contagion, I think. Yeah, but would you listen to your future self? No! What the fuck would I listen to myself?
Once goodbye.
I drank 5. 4 to 5 Cokes today.
Who just resubscribed for 31
Or
months.
since I was since I was like 10.
Tell me something. Good luck to you.
Good. Goodbye.
Whenever we give our children soda, it's very heavily diluted. It's like 10% soda, 90% water. Yeah, I don't have any teeth problems. I brush my teeth every day, sometimes twice a day. Did you know that getting cavities is basically an STD? Okay, it's not sexual, but it is a disease. It's a contagious disease. Isn't that fascinating? I only learned that like recently. I find it so fascinating. There are literally people that don't have the bacteria to give you holes. What? Yeah, look it up. It's super fascinating. Yeah, the thing I was drinking is Huel. It's a meal replacement thing. It doesn't taste great, but... You can spread it? Yeah. There's probably people in chat that are immune to, holes in their teeth. Me? I've never had a cavity. 30 years, never had a cavity. Yeah. You can look it up, by the way, because it doesn't sound particularly real, but it's very easy to fact check. It's very fascinating. It's a cool read too, so. "37 years with no cavities." And so normally what happens is that like you'll get nuzzled by a parent and they will give you the disease, the bacteria. Because it's like, same with like things breaking down, right? Like rotting. Like a few million years ago, like trees didn't rot when they died. I think that's partly why we have like oil, right? Because they all, when trees died, they would just stay there before. Until bacteria evolved to eat them. I thought that was cool. Yes, you might be right. It's more than a few million years, yeah. But at some point, there was no bacteria to eat trees. Also a fascinating read. Have we tried psyllium husks? Yes. At the moment, I'm not taking any of my supplements because I'm letting my fucking stomach recover a little bit from being chain raped, but it's been a month. It's been a month. Okay, I can show you guys something fun. The Earth is only 10,000 years old, and people are falling for this rage bait. You better chat. Also, I think it's 6,000 for that meme. Speaking of religion, I watched a cool movie with what's that guy that's always in romance movies? But in this, he was like a predator that was like kidnapping Mormon girls. Fuck, what was the movie called? Yeah, Hugh Grant. Heretic. I watched Heretic with Helena. It was pretty interesting. Here, I want to share something from my procedure with you. I can't share the entire thing because there's my address on it and stuff. I copy pasted this out of it though. New diagnosis of Barrett's esophagus, C10, large hiatal hernia. Procedure poorly tolerated by patient. I don't remember anything from the procedure. I don't remember the procedure at all. I have it is as if it has never happened. I guess you gagged or something? I don't know. I was screaming. I don't know. I have no idea. But like my eye is completely fucked.
Two Death Punch just
I might have been okay by now. But I was like completely bloodshot from the procedure. Do you actually have Barrett's? Oh yeah, they said I definitely have Barrett's. They didn't even need to wait for the biopsies to say that. Streamer's pretty much dead. Well, I don't think any of the stuff they've found is lethal. I don't even think it shortens my lifespan. Like, this is a precursor to cancer, so this gives me a 3% chance per year to get cancer. So I just get an endoscopy every year. Honestly, I might go get one every 6 months, but just because fuck dying to cancer. And this can cause me to try. Okay, I woke up and I couldn't breathe one time, but I thought I was dreaming. But that's what this hernia thing can do. I thought I was dreaming. But yeah, so I mean, this could technically kill me in my sleep, similar to sleep apnea, but it's pretty rare. I also have a hiatal hernia. From what I've been told from most people, it doesn't cause any symptoms, but it gives me crazy heartburn when I drink soda. Yeah, I mean, I can't breathe sometimes. I'll be fine. Wait, you have that? Mm-hmm. Monka? Yeah. It's unideal. How many billboards are you planning to publish next week? Like 6? EA, Glad SST, Web of Conviction, maybe one more. Essence Train and Snaking. Plus collabs with other creators. Collab with Pox, Karatha, maybe some more. Oh, Helmbreaker. Hello, chat. Not like that winter aboard tornado. Well, I guess I don't need to tell you to do regular checkups. Yeah, I mean, they recommended every 1 year to 2 years, and I'm thinking every 6 months. I'm a little annoyed at the medical system because I've been complaining about issues for so long, and I would probably have way smaller issues if a doctor actually listened to me about all my issues. Like, both my endoscopy and colonoscopy, it was never recommended by a doctor. It was protested by doctors. Even when I ordered one, they told me I don't need one. And then after both sides of me, it's completely fucked. Oh, I'm Murgle. Yeah, I mean, medicine is awesome if you're an average, but I had like young person issues that I shouldn't have had. If you visited the same hospital, you may be entitled to compensations. I'm not in America. We don't really sue here. It's not as much a thing. We're talking about private healthcare? Both. NHS and private. Like, I would go to like public healthcare, like NHS several times, and they would always be like, no, you're too young, don't worry about it. Like, you're too young to have any of these issues. And then I went to private healthcare and they were also like, you probably don't need it. And then after like doing a lot of research with like GPT and AI and stuff, AI was like, you should definitely get a colonoscopy and a endoscopy. And after the colonoscopy, the surgeon said it was the most diseased colon he has ever seen on a 35-year-old. So that was absolutely necessary. It was completely fucked. And for the endoscopy, obviously now I've found out I have Barrett's esophagus, which is a precursor to cancer, and hernia. So I'm completely fucked. Which could have been avoided. Barrett's, not pirates. That's sad and unlucky? Yeah. How did you manage to get the colonoscopy? Did the GP agree finally? I paid £3,000 for it. I just went private. Thanks to you guys, so I can afford it. Because I went to the hospital because I was bleeding while pooping. Like a lot. Like the toilet bowl would be filled with blood. And at the hospital, they were like, give it 2 days and if you're not bleeding, you're probably fine. And then I was like, nah, fuck this. I was like, fuck this. I'm just gonna pay for it myself and get checked out. Thanks for the guide, sis. You're welcome. Thanks for the primes. What'd you spec? No defense IRL? Yeah. UK healthcare is so bad. If you're young and you have really like more rare issues, like most people my age don't have these issues. My body is effectively 80. How was the bleeding? Bright red. I've also had like black stool though. Best champion build would be? Whoa, I don't know. Probably a slammer. Welcome to the Ulster Club. I don't have any Ulsters. Thankfully. They also did 8 biopsies, so I'm waiting for results on that. Because they are checking if it's something that starts on D. It's not a 7. You're a doctor or something, right? What's the thing that my Barrett's esophagus can have that with D? That would be really bad. It's not dialysis. Diosoma? I don't know. Dyspepsia. Thank you. That's it. So I'm waiting on results on that. That would be really bad. Yeah, dysplasia. That's it. I'm waiting on results on that. That would actually be bad. Everything else is pretty manageable. I might need surgery anyway. Gary, thank you. Get a new ass on me. Thank you. Jealousy, thank you for the gifted into that's much. Thank you for the 2 months. To be fair, a lot of these things are, as long as it's like nothing, if I can manage it for 5 to 10 years, then medical AIs will progress enough. Oh, wow, zombie. How far are you on a PPI right now? I'm not because I ran out, so I'm waiting for this week to get a new prescription. Yeah, I still have 2 cats. Smudging. But yeah. If you were fighting while under, right. Well, they didn't put me under. They used my Dasalam. But I don't remember the entire... I don't remember a sliver of the procedure. A side effect of my Dasalam is amnesia. So that's
What's going on?
been an interesting experience.
Stupid.
What's the long run looking like for you? Just be more careful with what I eat. Ideally, don't drink alcohol or soda. I mean, I'm still going to. I'll just like severely limit it. I'm still gonna live life. If not, I'm multiforing. But I mean, I was able to have bacon. It's more likely that I'll be more careful with what I eat regularly. And then if I do have like a bad flare-up, that I just drink Huel for 3 days. Huel is pretty clutch actually for me. Like, this has been helping me a lot. It tastes like shit, but... I have almost identical realms to you. Panchoprazole. Oh yeah, I'm supposed to take... Not lansoprazole. Omceprazole. Daily fiber. Yeah, I have some fiber cookies to help a lot. Yeah, I'll have YouTube videos up soon. Oh yeah, I'm not supposed to have coffee. We tried pasta Huel? No, but I like the shakes. I actually don't mind them. I hated it the first time. I think my body is in like self-protect mode, so now I enjoy it.
Good luck.
Not a fan of water. It's food, it's not a drink. Well, you do drink it, but it's a it's a meal replacement. It's instead of eating. Turn my file there and say, oh, that's the thing. Like, if like I actually have like no issues with Huel. It's really working for me. I saw that a lot of people with my issues could have issues with it, but I don't. It's been very wonderful for me. So beyond lactose, you're allergic to other foods. They're doing a celiac test, but it's unlikely. I might have missed about how long do you have to stay with liquid nutrition? I don't. I'll probably be taking one a day just because it's an easy breakfast. But I will probably eat like normal, and then if my stomach goes like LOL, then I will go on Huel for 3 days. That's what I did last time. We're making a champion. I think Palstron is looking at Elementalist. A while ago we were talking about eating some super fibered crackers. What were the name of those? I have them right here. It's Metamucil Fiber Thins. They were pretty life-saving.
I cannot carry this.
Also, my god, my audience is so old that you guys relate to this shit. Fucking hell. Fucking boomers. I have Psyllium Husk here too. I prefer the cookies. The cookies have a better impact on me than the Psyllium Husk. Hey, I'm not even in 30 yet. Relax. Mentally boomer. I'm just glad I'm not the worst one off. I mean, at least all my stuff is manageable. I don't know if they need to wait for the biopsies to like see if there was cancer there or not, but I'm assuming no, so probably fine. I'm probably fine. Take that back. Fine. Some kids here still in their 20s. I know. I'm jealous. Yeah, I'm going Circular.
Contagion or toy. Scatter. Keep your eyes sharp.
Hot snake circle, yeah. Man still gonna be a chill league starter? Yeah, I didn't get nerfed. Oh, I forgot lower prison.
I cannot do this yet.
Yeah, I'll be snaking. Snaking for the race, then probably AD Contagion. I will trade you your legs for my healthy colon. Would I do that? Ooh, there's a chance that I would do that. Realistically, do I need my legs? But I would like to be able to play with my kids. Fuck. Oh, man. I'm also thinking, I feel like my issues are easier fixed by AI within the next 5 years. Wait, what's wrong with your legs? It depends. Do you just not have them? Are they like blown off? If so, I'm no deal. Hard pass if they're blown off. Just intimidate and suss me. It's a blind trade? Yeah, no deal. You got me? I got prosthetics? Yeah, fuck that. Okay, you said for your legs, so you're gonna give me your prosthetics? So I give you my legs, you give me plastic. Yeah, but I get plastic in return. You don't even give me non-functioning legs. No, I get it. I get your colon, but you don't even give me fixable legs. It's the absence. This is a cursed deal for me. To be fair though, like prosthetics are getting pretty advanced now. You become immune to stepping on Lego? True. No, I guess you're right. There will be decent robo legs soon. Yeah, it's not that. Fuck, man. Because soon you'll have mech legs. But is that gonna be here before skin grafting is properly developed? That's a coin toss, dude. He's underestimating AI legs? Mind-controlled robotic arms are here, pretty much? Yeah, I know. Imagine somebody hacking your legs.
Welcome.
What is this combo? It's a boomer combo.
Greetings. Stay sharp.
Ghost in the shell shit. Here, if you're healthy, enjoy it. Enjoy it. You go on a long walk down? That's funny. Malware for prosthetics sounds pretty harsh. If I had a choice over my normal arms or some super strong starter bionic arms, I'd take the bionic arms any day. Okay, but imagine you're jerking off and your arm glitches and pulls off your dick. A girlfriend like that? Oh shit. Prosthetic dick. We have the best conversations, chat. What a thing to walk into the channel with. Yeah, we're a bit unhinged here. Best thing to talk about while eating?
The essence of an empire must be shared equally amongst all its citizens.
She's smashing it. I love you guys. You guys are the best.
Are you a martyr? Such resilience.
I'd rather pick up
Wise emperor recognizes
first sentence I heard, imagine you're jerking off. Okay, that's not that weird though. What do you mean? That seems like a pretty normal Twitch conversation. Yeah, it went worse. It'll be fine. It's maybe a 2? Yeah. I'm so excited for lunch. Would you ever rush headshot masters to do this for onslaught? Yeah, it's not a bad idea. It's not a bad idea, steal this. Chop off dick for a healthy stomach? No. I wouldn't do that. Spellslinger is not Baxis. It still costs mana, like per use. Yeah, 2 kids already. I want more. I want 4 kids. How many fingers would you chop off if you got 10k for the first one, then 10 times more money for every subsequent finger? None. 0. Absolutely 0.
Give no quarter.
4 fingers gone?
You are inexhaustible. Those who stand should never outnumber
10 million in the bag? Ah, fuck that. Like, what finger would you get rid of? I guess you would get rid of your ring finger and your middle finger. You can't get rid of your pinky. You're completely fucked if you get rid of your pinky. Ring and pinky? It's my strong arm! Nah, fuck that. Oh my god, you'd be so much worse at Pee-wee. Nah, ain't touching my hand. How do you need a pinky? You need it.
An aspirant can afford to be promising. An emperor, the empire awaits you with oath.
No, I guess that I don't. Well, I guess that I don't need it that much on my mouse right now. Oh my god, it's actually really uncomfortable to not have my pinky on my mouse.
Honor your name.
No one's cutting anything off.
Your destination is more dangerous than the journey, Ascendant.
Don't cut me, chat. What do we even get here? I guess. A little scary. Have you ever climbed? I have.
How you go?
You can cancel the transformation? Yeah, of course. Right. Oh. Well, $10 trillion I would do it. Be right back. Yes, we'll have a cloud build up. Wait, one sec. I'm back. Yeah, tomorrow we'll do some PoE uni stuff. Do. All right. See, I gotta record a video after stream today, and then I gotta polish my AD. Are you guys still talking about how many fingers you would cut off? Don't polish your AD on stream? How can I recommend triple suffix? So what I was doing for triple suffix is just like, cause you, but you care about the prefixes. Like I did the suffixes alone first and then finished prefixes afterwards. That was what I found I liked the most. I'm not sure how you get perfect prefixes and suffixes. I think that costs a shit ton. Invest heavily in prosthetic research. Do you know what's nice? Even though slams are going to be played a lot, like it's going to be very flavor of the month, at least it's fun to play. Do you know what I mean? Like, at least it's not a boring playstyle. Like, it feels very hands-on. Yeah, SSD looks good too. I wouldn't do SSD for SSF because without a Risthathas, you're gonna hate your damage. Even with Risthathas, you don't have high damage, right? So it is quite low. Yeah, because of the race, I'll be going Sams. If I wasn't racing, then I would do ED. You don't have to auto-exert. But yeah, I would have erectile dysfunction if it wasn't for the race. But I'm too hard, so I need to slam.
Just a glimpse, exile.
Chat, it's not working. I'm right-clicking the veiled items.
Hello.
Soon. Yes, we will have an EA build. EA build will be up within 2 days. The first one we're doing. I'm glad I stopped watching on speakers. Yeah, I mean, that's very risky business. That's very risky business. Probably gonna end soon. Tomorrow I'll probably do PoE Uni. We'll be recording a lot more videos soon. I honestly kinda wanna make time to do 2 Everything Explains. Do you know what I should do? Oh, this is so smart. Actually, I want to get your info on this, guys. Thank you. Sir Texas, thank you for the 72 months, dude. Always a pleasure. Thank you. Okay, so I was thinking for the Everything Explains, so I usually do them completely solo cell phone. But, what do you guys think of the fact that I play standard instead, and I have the Volcanic Fissure of Snaking, and for the Blight one, I have the Blight of Contagion. Then I can show the swap as well without sitting there for like 8 hours farming Merc Lab. And I just make it clear, like, this could take you anywhere from 1 hour to 8. I think that that'll be a lot better.
The dark ember remains nestled deep within the putrid flesh of my
Oh, I love
dead
this song.
beast. With many of
Yeah, I think that's the play. As long as I'm honest about the obtain.
I have divined 1 week in the matter. Goodbye.
Well,
Just really make it clear that'll be a long turn to farm. Are there multiple blights? There's only one Val Fisher, right? Where is my blight? There are 2 blights. Okay, well the volcanic fisher one's easy to get. I don't use Rally quite. I'm using Seismic and I don't think I'm using Rally. Wait, I'm using Rally. Aren't I supposed to be using Seismic? Yeah, that does nothing. I'm not supposed to be using that. Yeah, I can use rallying later with Herald of Purity. I can't do that now. The volcanic also forces you to 20 call, but it should get on the base gem. Well, getting, yeah, it's cover. It's from Sucker Punch. Sucker Punch is an amazing movie. If you haven't seen it, would recommend. So wait, so I was AFK for roughly, what, 5 hours? So what is my playtime then? 8 hours minus 5, so 3 hours, 30 minutes to here. And we can definitely shave that off. Honestly, I can do sub 4 with this build for sure. Yeah, especially for this one, Merc Lab is better. It's not bad to do 1 or 2 normal levs just because it gives you a lot of power in year early. So on hardcore, it's not a bad idea, but it will slow you down. But the reason Merc Lab is so good is that it has the option to give you transforms this gem into a chance gem. Low life, babe. Yep, champion EA. Pilestron will have a elementalist EA. Another really good guy critter. Where is my... This is the damage with faster attacks, by the way, so I'm like lowering my damage just because it feels nicer. In the corner.
Celerim.
Farewell.
You killed Shikari. My sister's death has finally been avenged. Shikari was supposed to be our divine teacher, said to guide us into womanhood. All she ever gave was death. I suppose it's fitting that the teacher has learnt that mortal lesson for herself. Our whole lives.
Did I just burn my League Star luck?
Bye.
I might do everything explained on Monday and Tuesday. What the fuck is that chest, bro? Okay, I didn't really help, but holy fuck. Did you just RNG it? Where is my underwater? Goodbye 326. Like, yeah, that's fuck. What are your thoughts on Penance Band of Dissipation? So, the problem with Penance Band of Dissipation is that it usually sucks for clearing, and it also needs a large investment into cast speed before it feels nice. It's an awesome skill, really good single target, really good for Sanctum and stuff, but usually you want really high cast speed. We're talking really high, like, I think at 480 or something. Rallying Cry might be the way to play with the Mercs, though. But Merc is only one. Although, if you use Anime Guardian early too, Merc and Anime Guardian, yeah, Rallying Cry might be the way to play with two. Yeah. Just get some random gear, stick it on an AG and hope it lives. It'll die though. It will die. I think the AG will die. But the problem is we're talking about what to do before Herald of Purity. Because you don't have mana for Herald of Purity early. That's the issue. Golem also dies so much. You can maybe get away with it in the campaign though. You can maybe get away with it in the campaign. I mean, it's worth testing.
Good luck.
Will you make an ED build guide? Yeah, I did the POB earlier. Obviously, I need to flesh it out more. And then, Shibo, who was playing ED Contagion a lot this league, or like Blighter Contagion this league, showed me his build, and obviously that build is just getting a 43% buff. And it was really, really good. It's not a buster, it's like a really fast mapper. Like, if you like Legion, Delirium, that kind of content, Blighter Contagion with the buff, the extra layer. No, it's the extra layer and, what else? I got extra layer and base damage, so it's 42% more damage. It'll be... Fuck, I think EA got slightly buffed. Very slightly. It's mostly the same as 325, so it's a good starter, but like nothing special. It's not going to be like the build of the league kind of thing. Let's say like C tier. ED Contagion. Now, honestly, maybe A tier as a starter. As long as you like don't want to do bosses. Like, I wouldn't do it as a buster. But yeah, it looks really good, so we'll have a guide for that. I think it's a really good starter. I would probably recommend swapping off it though. Like, I would use it for like a week tops. It depends what you want to farm. I mean, it's definitely not the strongest patch of EA. That was, Tota was the strongest patch for EA. Crispo was pretty strong too, I guess. Shield Slam with the Junior buffs. I hate Shield Crush. Will they do a video? Maybe it's too big for a good item to pick up for a follower to turn it into an Aura bot. I will probably have a video just doing some... We can maybe do that tomorrow on stream because you guys can help with that. But we can make a video where we theorycraft Animate Guardian options and Mercenary options before we really know more about it. Just so like, it'll help people make some decisions, I think. Yeah, 13th. But yeah, we'll do that tomorrow. We'll do some more Theorycrafting. I also need to do a few more runs like this. I definitely want to have a sub 4 campaign. No anime weapon build again? No, I haven't even looked at anime weapon. Anime's so clunky, to be honest. Wait, do I still have chance to bleed in? No. No. When the league starts? Before the league starts, they'll be out. I always post it before league start. Brother, you were so close. Nice.
Not.
Tricky life. Was there anything killable now? Yeah. I'm not doing a Elementor, I don't think. It does look cool though. I think that's a tricky build to make a league starter for without having played it. That sounds like something you play first and then make a guide for. Middle mouse button is Blood Rage. God, I hate those mobs. Spell coffee on keyboard before the start is ruined. It didn't dry it right away. Oh, damn. Yeah, I have a separate table for my drinks. I'm sorry, dude. That sucks. You have a lid on your drinks? That's smart. Valdir League start. I mean, maybe you'll get really good RNG. I might lag after getting Tech 10. We'll continue tomorrow. We'll do the Anime Guardian Mercenary Theorycrafting together on stream, and I'll probably do PoE Uni tomorrow. Nihil! You're getting a lot of damage? Yeah, I could have more right now. I went for faster attacks just because obviously faster attacks feels so nice on Sunder. But since we're a slam build, it's not that good. Look at the speed. Really good damage. Very good. And you start to stand. So we don't know. In Frisia, you had to move for it to work, so it was kind of garbage. So hopefully they've made it better. If so, it's good. If it's not, it's pretty bad. So we just don't know. Alright, I'm gonna clear for today, and I'll see you all tomorrow.
Boy90 just resubscribed for 3 months. This hypes is love.
Let's find someone to host. I hope you all had a wonderful stream. Who am I writing? It's been on for a while. Anyone started recently? I don't see timers. Let's write Alk. I'll see you guys later. See you guys later. Say hi for me. Thanks for watching. Turn die. Less than ideal. Bye.
Hey YouTube, Sizzy here. Hey guys, Isrin here. Hey everyone, so I was literally just about to go to bed.
Hi, Scissorin here. Scissorin here. Scissorin here. Scissorin here with Scissorin here. Hi, Scissorin here. And welcome to my channel.